Study session of February 22nd, 2021 is now called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Mercano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Okay, there's a quorum.
The only issue on tonight's agenda for this study session is the results of a 6-month independent study, independent investigation on the circumstances surrounding the Elijah McClain incident of August 2019. The presentation will now proceed, and we will take questions at the end of the presentation. I want to inform council members at this time that we will have to conclude at 6:20. The staff needs 10 minutes to set up for our meeting, our regular meeting at 6:30. Please proceed with the presentation.
The presenter's microphone is mute.
Report for the presentation. Please proceed.
Katie, is there a way to unmute him?
We're working on that right now. Hold on one second. I'm not sure what's going on.
You are now unmuted.
Good evening.
No sound.
Press the *6.
What do I need to do?
Maybe the *6 to unmute. They can't hear.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I hope that was not a problem on my end. But Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Jonathan Smith. I'm the chair of the panel engaged to review the incident on August 24, 2019 between Elijah McClain and the Aurora Police Department and emergency and medical response teams. On behalf of my fellow panel members, we thank the Aurora City Council and Aurora government leadership for this opportunity. We commend the city for taking this step to provide transparency, which is critical to building trust with the various communities that make up the city of Aurora, Colorado. On August 24, 2019, Elijah McClain was walking on Billings Street in Aurora, Colorado. At approximately 10:40 in the evening, he was approached by police. Over the next 18 minutes, Mr. McClain was taken into custody, restrained, subject to an attempted carotid hold, and then a second successful carotid hold, injected with the sedative ketamine, and suffered a health crisis from which he did not recover. He died a few days later. The incident was investigated by the Aurora Police Department and reviewed by the Adams County District Attorney. One officer was found to be in violation of policy for threatening Mr. McClain with a dog bite. All other uses of force were deemed lawful and within policy by the department and the county district attorney. Community concerns about this incident and other allegations of police misconduct led the City Council to, in July of 2020, commission this team to review the incident. We were charged with, first, an examination of the facts surrounding the Aurora Police Department and Aurora Fire Rescue's contact with Mr. McClain. Second, an examination of all relevant and related Aurora Police and Fire Department policies, procedures, and practices, to include those related to calls for service, police contact with individuals, use of force, calls for medical assistance, ketamine use, and administrative incident reviews. And third, the final report setting forth the investigation's findings and recommendations for best practices for the City of Aurora's consideration as it moves forward. We delivered that report to the city this morning. This investigation is one of several proceedings looking at this incident. In addition to our work, there's a state criminal investigation, a state pattern and practice investigation, a federal criminal investigation. The city is receiving technical assistance from the firm 21CP, and civil rights and tort litigation. Due to these investigations and other proceedings, the panel did not reach any conclusions about whether any of the individuals involved violated policy, the law, or should be subject to civil liability. We leave those determinations to the other proceedings underway. Our work is completely independent of each of these proceedings. No one from the city or any other entity reviewed or otherwise influenced our conclusions or findings. The conclusions are those entirely of the panel and the panels alone. The panel consisted of Chief Roberto Villasenor. Chief Villasenor served in law enforcement for 35 years. He retired as the chief of the Tucson Police Department in 2015. Among his many achievements, he was appointed by President Obama to serve on the President's Task Force in 21st Century Policing, and he's currently consulting on police reform with agencies across the country. Dr. Melissa Costello. Dr. Costello is an emergency medical physician in Mobile, Alabama. She has written and taught extensively on emergency medicine and serves on a trauma critical care team for the United States Department of Health and Human Services. She is a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a fellow of the National Association of EMS Physicians. I am Jonathan Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. I formerly led the Special Litigation Section of the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. I've been practicing civil rights and anti-poverty law for more than 35 years. The panel was represented pro bono by the law firm of Latham & Watkins. The panel is extremely grateful for the tremendous contributions the firm made to this investigation and the preparation of the report. The panel reviewed all the available information, including body-worn camera videos, major crime unit investigation interviews, the reports of the major crime unit, the force review board, the reports of the state attorney, the officers' reports, the autopsy report, the EMS reports, the directives, training materials, standard operating procedures of the department, and we had interviews with department leadership. We were not able to interview any of the officers or medical personnel involved, which is understandable given the other proceedings underway. And we were not able to review the hospital medical records because of privacy concerns. Tonight, the panel will provide you with a summary of our conclusions and recommendations. We are also prepared to answer any questions you have. Recognizing that the report is lengthy and detailed, we'd be willing to be available to answer additional questions of the city or the council at a future appropriate time. I will first take you through our conclusions regarding the facts and place them in the context of the department's policies and the legal framework. Dr. Costello will then discuss the response of the emergency medical teams, their assessment, and the administration of ketamine. Chief Villasenor will present regarding our review of the post-incident investigation and recommendations for policy, training, supervision, and accountability changes. I will then return to discuss areas of concern that we identified during our investigation, but are not part of our findings. We will be then available to respond to questions. Our report and our presentation tonight is organized around key decision points. These include the 911 call and the decision to dispatch officers, the decision to stop Mr. McClain, the decision to frisk Mr. McClain, the decision to arrest Mr. McClain by physically restraining him and moving him, the decision to apply force in response to the threat, a perceived threat that Mr. McClain reached for an officer's gun, the decision to apply a second carotid hold when Mr. McClain was on the ground, the continuous use of pain compliance techniques, and the contrast between the officer's assertions and Mr. McClain's audible statements, the transfer of Mr. McClain from police to EMS, the assessment of Mr. McClain by emergency personnel, and the decision to administer ketamine. At 10:29 p.m. on August 24, 2019, a call came to the 911 dispatch. A young man told the operator that there was a man in a mask walking southbound on Billing Street. The caller said that the man put his hands up and did all these kinds of signs when the caller passed him. The caller said that he, quote, looked sketchy, end quote, and that he might be a good person or a bad person. The caller told dispatch that neither he nor anyone else was in danger, and that as far as he knew, the man was not armed. The dispatch recorded this as a suspicious person call and sent 3 police officers. Dispatch told the officers to, quote, cover a suspicious party at Evergreen Avenue in Billings. It's a black male wearing a black ski mask and brown long sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, was waving his arms when 911 caller passed him. Think that's strange. No known weapons are involved. The officers responding were Officer Woodyard, Officer Rodima, and Officer Rosenblatt. Mr. McClain was 3/10 of a mile from his home at the time. Officer Woodyard was the first to arrive on the scene. He parked his car briefly across the street and waited for Officer Rodima and Officer Rosenblatt to arrive. Mr. McClain was walking down the street with a bag in one hand and a phone in the other. Once the other officers arrived, Officer Woodyard pulled across the street from Mr. McClain, got out of his car, and told Mr. McClain to stop. I'm going to show you now 2 videos of what happened next. First, the body-worn camera video of Officer Woodyard.
Do me a favor, stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious.
Well, okay.
Turn around.
No,
Turn around.
actually, your hands up.
Turn around. Do me a favor, stop. Stop right there.
Following is body-worn camera video of Officer Rosenblatt at the same time appeared approaching Mr. McClain from behind. Because of the buffering, the video, and I apologize for the volume of the video, the sound on this video will not come through. This is the only portion of the body-worn camera video that we'll be showing this evening. The video of what happened next is hard to watch. Out of respect for Mr. McClain, his family, and those who knew him, we will describe the events as shown on the video rather than play the video. The videos are publicly available for those who wish to review them using a factual portion of a report as your guide. As you can see from the video clips that I just showed you, within fewer than 10 seconds from getting out of his car, Officer Woodyard physically grabbed Mr. McClain's arm. Very shortly thereafter, Officer Rosenblatt grabbed his other arm. During this time, Mr. McClain told the officers to, quote, stop, end quote, to let me go, and quote, you guys started to address me. I was stopping my music to listen. Now let go of me. Rather than let Mr. McClain go, the officers continued to restrain him. It is important to note that neither the caller nor any of the officers identified a crime that they thought Mr. McClain had committed, was committing, or was about to commit. A police officer may initiate a voluntary encounter at any time, and it does not implicate the Constitution if any reasonable person would understand that they are free to go. An investigative stop, often called a Terry stop after the landmark case of Terry versus Ohio, is considered a significant intrusion on individual liberty and is protected by the Fourth Amendment. For an officer to compel a person to stop for the purposes of conducting a Terry or investigative stop, the officer must, under the federal Constitution and Colorado law, have reasonable suspicion that the person had committed a crime, is committing a crime, or is about to commit a crime. Moreover, she or he must be able to articulate or state the basis relied upon to make the stop. As will be discussed later in greater depth in this presentation, the major crimes investigators failed to ask the officers involved what basis they decided to convert the encounter from a voluntary one to an investigative stop through the use of physical force. There's much discussion in the report of the major crimes investigation that the officers stopped Mr. McClain because he was suspicious, that he was wearing a ski mask and heavy clothing, was in a high crime area, and that Mr. McClain did not stop when asked by the officers. Under the case law, which we discuss in the report, none of these factors alone or together amount to reasonable suspicion. In this regard, it is worth pointing out a few things. First, Mr. McClain was free to continue on his way unless the officers had reasonable suspicion to stop him. The notion that his failure to stop when asked creates reasonable suspicion renders the notion of a voluntary encounter a nullity. It cannot be that you are free to leave until you choose to exercise that right, and that your decision to leave provides the basis to compel you to stay. Second, the area was not in fact a high crime area. As this map shows, the area in which Mr. McClain was stopped by the police ranges from low to medium activity for crime. Third, that evening the temperature was in the 60s and Mr. McClain was wearing a light jacket. We don't know why he was wearing a ski mask, but as the video shows, most of his face is visible, and the wearing of a mask without some evidence of criminal conduct is not enough to establish reasonable suspicion. Fourth, when Sergeant Leonard arrived on the scene, he repeatedly asked why Mr. McClain was being restrained and whether there was any allegation of criminal conduct. He even sent Officer Ward to call the 911 caller to determine if he saw anything criminal. Upon learning that there was no assertion that Mr. McClain committed a crime, he did nothing to change the conduct of the officers. The officers told the major crimes investigators that they grabbed Mr. McClain because they wanted to conduct a frisk. Officer Woodyard stated that he decided to conduct a frisk even before he got out of his car, and that he waited for the other officers because he did not want to conduct the frisk alone. The authority to conduct a frisk is a separate legal analysis from the authority to conduct a stop. If an officer has reasonable suspicion to conduct a Terry stop, she or he may conduct a frisk only if the officer has reasonable and articulable suspicion that the person is armed and dangerous. During his interview with the major crimes investigator, Officer Woodyard provided the following justification for his decision to frisk. At this time, Officers Rosenblatt and Rodema, they are to the south of him and they're walking up. So I felt safe making an approach. He didn't have any weapons or anything I could see in his hand. And then when I went up to try to grab him, my position of advantage was his wrist and elbow. He tightened his arms up and put them to his chest. So I held my hand to his chest while trying to talk to him. Officer Rosenblatt grabbed his right arm and I had his left. I'm trying to tell him to calm down and wanted to pat him down for weapons based on him having a ski mask on Colfax in the middle of the night, and it was causing people to call in. I thought that he might have weapons on it. The major crimes investigator, and as far as we can tell, no one else, ever asked Officer Woodyard why he thought Mr. McClain may have weapons on him. In our report, we focused significant attention on the decision to stop and the decision to frisk. These decisions and the attendant uses of force set in motion the events that followed and led to the increasing and persistent use of force. Events unfolded very quickly. At some point, the Terry stop of Mr. McClain was converted to an arrest. The officers told the major crimes investigator that they decided to move him off a rocky area and onto the grass because they thought they needed to, quote, take him down, end quote. Officer Rosenblatt told Mr. McClain, quote, let's get over to the grass, gonna lay you down, end quote. Officers need only reasonable suspicion to conduct a Terry stop. While conducting a Terry stop or a frisk, an officer is authorized to use a limited amount of force to effectuate that stop so long as such steps are reasonably necessary to protect their personal safety and to maintain the status quo during the course of the stop. However, if officers use more force than is necessary to protect officer safety and maintain the status quo, the Terry stop is converted to an arrest. Once a Terry stop transforms into an arrest, the officers must have probable cause that the individual committed a crime in order to continue the detention. Probable cause is a higher standard than reasonable suspicion necessary for a Terry stop. The use of forceful techniques, which include taking an individual to the ground, generally turn a Terry stop into an arrest unless the officer can justify the force based on articulable grounds that the person is armed and poses a danger to the officer or others. None of the officers articulated the grounds for which they had probable cause to arrest, and none were ever asked by the major crimes investigator or others. At this point, less than a minute after the officers first approached Mr. McClain, force has been used against him to conduct a Terry stop, to attempt a frisk, and to effectuate an arrest. I've spoken a bit about the constitutional framework to consider these actions. It's important to note as well that the Aurora Police Department speaks to this question. At the time, Directive 5.3 required, quote, when practicable, officers will attempt to de-escalate their force and or the situation so that lesser force or possibly no force is required, end quote. No effort to de-escalate appears from the records available to us, nor were the officers ever asked about their efforts to de-escalate. We note that the department has changed its policy since Mr. McClain's death with regard to suspicious person calls to require that officers stop and observe before initiating an encounter to be certain that there is, in fact, a lawful public safety basis for stopping an individual. That new policy will be discussed later in this presentation in greater depth. After the officers began moving Mr. McClain from the sidewalk, Officer Rodima told the officers, quote, he grabbed your gun, dude, end quote. Officer Rodima told the major crimes investigators that he saw Mr. McClain reach for Officer Rosenblatt's gun. The officers then struggled to restrain Mr. McClain. Officer Rosenblatt attempted a carotid hold. When he released the hold after concluding that he could not accomplish it because he was in, quote, a bad position, end quote, Officer Woodyard wrestled Mr. McClain to the ground. It is important to note that this happened within a matter of seconds. Case law has held that a suspect grabbing or attempting to grab an officer's gun authorizes officers to use force up to and including lethal force, because a suspect who is able to gain control of an officer's weapon poses a grave risk to officers and others. The body-worn camera video at this point is scant because Officer Woodyard's and Officer Rosenblatt's cameras have been knocked to the ground. The audio and the subsequent interviews indicate that any threat or perceived threat was dissipated quickly when Mr. McClain was taken to the ground by Officer Woodyard. Once Mr. McClain was wrestled to the ground, he was lying on his side. Officer Woodyard was lying next to him, as Officer Woodyard described, chest to back. Officer Woodyard's gun was underneath him. While lying in this position, Officer Woodyard made a second attempt at a carotid hold. There's conflicting information on the audio of the body-worn camera video and in the interviews about whether Mr. McClain was rendered unconscious. One of the officers stated that Mr. McClain made snoring sounds. The panel notes that significantly at the time of this incident, a carotid hold was considered less lethal force under Aurora Police Department policy. Section 5.8.3 permitted officers to apply a carotid hold when, quote, met with violent resistance and when lesser means have been tried unsuccessfully or other means are not feasible, end quote. Carotid holds have since been banned by the city of Aurora as a matter of policy. During his interview with Major Crimes, Officer Woodyard justified the use of the second carotid by reference to the prior attempt or perceived attempt by Mr. McClain to reach for an officer's gun. By his own statements, however, that threat had been dissipated. They were both on the ground and Officer Woodyard was lying on top of his weapon. A determination of whether force is reasonable turns on whether the officers were in danger at the precise moment that the force was used. Police officers must calibrate the use of force to the actual resistance they are experiencing. As the level of resistance increases or decreases, the level of force authorizes increases and decreases accordingly. It is unclear from the record what current threat Officer Woodyard was intending to address when he applied the second carotid hold. Finally, I would like to talk about the use of pain compliance techniques. From the moment that Aurora police officers first encountered Mr. McClain, up until the time Mr. McClain was placed in the ambulance stretcher, officers applied some form of physical force against him. Even once it should have been obvious that Mr. McClain was not able to resist or escape, given both that he was handcuffed and the presence of multiple officers, the officers continued to use pain compliance techniques. Throughout, there were times when officers could be seen on body-worn camera footage adjusting and intensifying arm bars and wrist locks, pressing down on Mr. McClain's back or large muscle groups, causing him to cry out in pain while they were on top of him. These appeared to be in response to almost any movement on Mr. McClain's part. The officers justified the continued use of force on the grounds that Mr. McClain continued to resist the officers' commands and showed extraordinary strength. The audio captured by body-worn camera video contains two sharply contrasting narratives. This is some of the most difficult audio to listen to. If you choose to listen, I urge you to pay close attention to what Mr. McClain is saying and what the officers are saying and doing. On the one hand, Mr. McClain is pleading and apologizing and expressing pain. He complained several times that he could not breathe, and at one point, an officer was instructed to get off his chest. Mr. McClain can be heard saying, "I have no gun. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any fighting. Why are you attacking me? I don't believe in guns. I don't even kill flies. I don't eat meat. I'm not a vegetarian. I don't judge people for anything. I respect all life. Forgive me. All I was trying to do was to become better. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do better to help all life. I will do anything I have to. Sacrifice my identity. I'll do it. I'll do it. You are all phenomenal. You are all beautiful. Forgive me." On the other hand, the officers continued to perceive resistance, telling Mr. McClain to stop moving and discussing various uses of force to restrain Mr. McClain. It is unclear whether Mr. McClain's movements, interpreted by the officers as resisting, were attempts to escape or simply efforts, voluntary or involuntary, to avoid the painful force being applied on him or to improve his breathing or to accommodate his need to vomit. The officers' use of force did not appear to relent even after Mr. McClain was in handcuffs, became progressively more ill and less responsive, and surrounded by a large group of officers. None of the officers who continued to apply force after Mr. McClain was restrained was asked to explain their continued use of force. The case law makes clear that force is authorized to meet the resistance at the time that it was applied. The evidence available does not provide a justification for the near constant use of very painful force techniques. I will now turn it over to Dr. Costello.
Thank you, Jonathan. I hope everyone can hear me okay. So when we look at the point from which EMS arrives in this case, there's really two separate things going on. Jonathan has covered the police aspects of this very well. I will dig more into the EMS aspects of this. And as we looked at those, there were several categories of findings in which we identified issues and areas where we feel that Aurora Fire Rescue, or both Aurora Police Department and Aurora Fire Rescue together, can effectuate improvements in the interactions with future patients in this system. One of the things that we identified that's been brought up in other places as well is that there was a delay in the transfer of control of this patient from the police to the EMS system. Another is the lack of clear communication and the possible loss of information between the police officers and Aurora Fire Rescue as they took over care. The delayed and incomplete assessment of Mr. McClain, which we'll discuss, the failure to obtain appropriate equipment and have that at Mr. McClain's side, an inaccurate estimation of Mr. McClain's weight, and then ultimately I'll discuss a little bit about some of the cognitive errors that I saw evidence of here and how those play a role in medical decision making. You can go ahead. So in discussing the issue of transfer of patient control, there's always in these cases a transition between when a patient who is either a subject or a suspect, in Mr. McClain's case, he was a subject of a police investigation, ultimately has to become a patient. And the point at which that occurs is not always black and white as far as the timing. However, in this case, there was some evidence that there was a delay in that transition. The transfer of control, really the transfer of authority over what's happening at that scene, has to occur for a person to change from a subject of the police investigation to a patient that is under the control and authority of EMS, who then falls under the authority of the medical director and the paramedics and EMTs working under that person's license. In this case, EMS arrived about 6 or 7 minutes before they actually initiated some hands-on contact with Mr. McClain. There's several images on the body camera footage of them standing back and observing. And while there is a lot of information that can be gleaned from observation, it is a concern of mine and of the panel that they did not press forward and initiate some contact with him in the form of transitioning him to becoming more of a patient. There was certainly some deference to the officers. Even after the sedation had occurred, there was some discussion back and forth. And it's difficult to say whether that was deference to the police officers on the scene or whether that was efforts at collaboration. It's always important for these departments to work together. And it is invaluable when they can work together seamlessly. However, in this case, the transition was not seamless, and it didn't occur in a way where I feel like EMS clearly had the opportunity to step in and do some evaluation that I think was necessary. In some of our discussions, we came across this culture. Chief Gray was able to summarize it best, but we came across this culture of the concept that the patient isn't a patient until the police say they are, and that's something that came through both in our interview with the chief, but also in the interviews with the paramedics who were on scene, and in some discussions about the culture of that department. You can go ahead. So this is one of the photographs that I captured off of the body-worn camera footage. And what you're seeing is that Mr. McClain is on the ground below this. And then these are our four members of the fire crew who are standing back and observing, watching. And like I said, they would have been at this point in this position for several minutes. And this is about the time that the EMS crew from Falk arrives. Falk Ambulance is the transport crew. Aurora Fire and Rescue does not transport patients. They do initial treatment and assessment. And for the patients that need to be transported, they're transported by Falk. So this was while they were waiting for Falk EMS to arrive, both to effectuate a transport of Mr. McClain and to arrive with the medications that they were going to require to sedate him. They had already made a decision to sedate at this point, and you can forward it. They had already made a decision to sedate at this point, and there was discussion ongoing about the timing and how long things were taking, which I'll get into a little bit more later. This is an additional photograph of now the arrival of the Falk paramedics. So at this point, there's 5 medical personnel standing around this young man with the law enforcement officers having him in custody, and no one has initiated hands-on contact at this point yet. And so this is the point at which there should have been some initiation of contact, and the transition of authority really needed to have occurred prior to this point. So you can go forward. So in response to this, we felt like the recommendations that came through clearly were a need to clarify the policies and do more teaching and education on the transfer of authority from one agency to the other. Interagency relations are very important, but ultimately all of those things have to be superseded by the importance of keeping patients safe. The culture within the departments needs to be one of patient advocacy and patient safety as the primary driver of all things that happen within these departments. And we really want to see Aurora Fire Rescue build a culture of patient advocacy. There is a duty to act policy and language within Aurora Fire Rescue, and that is a policy that allows them and compels them to step in if they're seeing things that are endangering patient safety on a scene. And with the initiation and with the passage of the duty to intervene legislation in Colorado that refers to the public safety officers, I felt it was important for them to review their duty to act policy within Aurora Fire Rescue and make sure that that language was in line with the stronger directives in the duty to intervene for law enforcement. So you can go forward. So there were several communication failures in this handoff when the handoff ultimately did occur. And one of the important pieces of research that is out there is about the difficulty in keeping all of the information that's relevant to a case cohesive and communicating all of that information in a way that both the sender and the receiver of that information hear and retain the same things. Every transition of patient care does involve a potential for loss of information, and there was some of that at play here. I'm going to play a video on the next slide of really what constitutes the entirety of the report that was from the police to the EMS agency and the information that they were working with at the scene. You can go ahead, Jonathan. Ooh, we should have audio. So this is the approach of the paramedic or of the basic EMT from that crew. There is about a 10-second interaction, which we're not hearing the audio on, so I apologize for that. But essentially they said that he'd had a carotid hold, that they had he had some vomiting, and that the quote was he was, quote, definitely on something, unquote. And that was it. That was the entirety of the discussion between now the person who is the lead police officer on that scene and communicated, unfortunately, to the junior most EMT on that crew. Whether any of that information ultimately made it to the paramedic is not clear. But what is clear through the interviews is that both paramedics did not recall having been told that, one, that there was a successful carotid hold with loss of consciousness, or that Mr. McClain had been unconscious at any point during this interaction. And so what we recommended, and you can go ahead to the next slide, what we recommended to address these things are to really research and develop within the departments together a handoff tool, whether that is a mental tool, whether it's a written tool, whether it's an electronic tool, some device or method by which all of the agencies who handle patient information, from Aurora Police to Aurora Fire, potentially to Falk, and then from Falk to the emergency departments, that all of those transitions of care are done in a uniform way so that all of that information is conveyed clearly and in the expected format and in the expected order. That way the people know if there's anything that's been missed. And then the other thing that came through in that video is the fact that there was a discussion that was happening on the side. There was this interruption of a patient care report that was offered, and then immediately another interruption in that discussion, along with everybody moving around. That level of distraction and that level of multitasking is one of the things that's been identified as a major issue in information loss when it comes to transitioning patients. And so the recommendation is that there be developed a formal process in addition to the tool, that there is even just 15 or 30 seconds where the receiver and the reporter on patient care information are giving each other undivided attention, so information is communicated clearly. You can advance. So when it comes to the delayed assessment and the incomplete assessment of Mr. McClain, by way of background, assessment is generally broken into both a primary assessment and a secondary assessment. The primary assessment is essentially a walk-up quick impression of what's going on, an assessment of a brief level of consciousness, is a patient responding or not, an assessment of essentially the basic ABCs, just like we all learned in CPR class, and is their airway intact? Are they breathing? Do they have a pulse? And then identifying major life threats, in this case, if they had life-threatening bleeding or if they had things that needed to be intervened on immediately. And then generally it includes an assessment of vital signs. And the primary assessment is the one that lays the foundation for the clinical decision-making. Secondary assessment sometimes happens later, sometimes doesn't happen at all, depending on the circumstances. Sometimes is very limited just to a specific complaint. If you have a broken leg, it's a very easy assessment. If you have a complex medical condition, it can be very complicated. However, what we really know is, and what we acknowledge in this report, is that limits of the ability for paramedics to do this and for EMTs to do this on scene is a everyday reality of working in the EMS environment. And really, we understand, and I understand in my experience, there are lots of patients who can't get a complete assessment, and that is a daily reality, both in EMS and in emergency medicine. Some patients are unconscious, and some patients are not cooperative, and some patients are don't have the information that we need. And so the limitations in our ability to assess are definitely a reality. In this environment, when you're transitioning a patient from law enforcement control to medical control, it can be especially challenging because there is a need for support from both sides to do a medical assessment without compromising law enforcement's ability to maintain control and prevent injury, both of the patient and of all of the surrounding personnel. And so there is a reality that there are limitations. However, it was the feeling of the panel in this case that there was not enough limitation in their ability to access and assess Mr. McClain to justify the lack of assessment that was done. And so we offered several recommendations about that. And in addition, talked a little bit about that some of that deference and how that played into the delay in their assessment, and then the time pressures that they were feeling, whether it was because of the diagnosis itself. Once they had settled on a diagnosis of excited delirium, that diagnosis carries some time pressure inherent in it. In addition, there's probably some self-imposed time pressures, and then also some pressures from the surrounding officers and firefighters asking what was taking so long, and where was the ambulance, and put your head in and check and see what's going on. So all of those things led to the conclusions and the recommendations that we offer on the next slide. Essentially, it sounds very basic, but there's a lot here. It's the look at policies, procedures, and training surrounding patient assessment, with a differentiation specifically between basic assessment and between an assessment that should be a minimum standard for assessment of patients who are being sedated. In this case, there's certainly a reason that the assessment was limited initially. However, it was the feeling of the panel that we felt once a decision was made to effectuate sedation, chemical sedation, that should have carried with it a much higher threshold for trying to get in and do further assessment before sedation was administered. The onus is on the paramedic to do that assessment and to almost push in and be able to get that done for the safety of the patients. And the flip side of that, or the same side of that, is that because there is such an imperative that this assessment be done, at least in portions, prior to sedation, particularly because the sedation itself will interfere with the paramedic's ability to continue to get some of the assessment that helps them make a diagnosis, that training it to law enforcement should emphasize the fact that it is important for them to have adequate time and access to patients to assess them, particularly when those subjects that are with law enforcement are going to become patients of EMS. You can go for it. So the equipment issue that we brought up was the failure to obtain the appropriate equipment. There were several places in the body-worn camera footage where I was looking for the appearance of equipment, the appearance of a monitor, the appearance of oxygen, and I did not see that throughout this encounter. There were some equipment pieces that arrived sporadically throughout, but not what I would traditionally have expected the crews that I supervise or other crews to bring to the side of a patient who is in this scenario. There is policy that clarifies what transport EMS crews are to bring when they respond secondarily to Aurora Fire Rescue, but we were not able to put hands on policy that identified what the Aurora Fire Rescue crews are to bring to the side of a patient when they are first on scene. My contention and the contention of the panel is that the presence of equipment could potentially have prompted further assessment. It's hard to stand over a bunch of equipment and not feel some compunction to begin to use some of that. Additionally, there was not a pre-sedation checkoff to verify that all of their equipment that they require for sedation under their protocol was present and at Mr. McClain's side. And ultimately, what we found from the reports and information in the interviews is that one of those pieces of equipment, the capnography monitor, was actually not where it was supposed to be. It was ultimately in the ambulance, but it was not in the location that anybody expected, and there was a delay in application of that device, which could have provided some useful information over the course of his care. Ultimately, the cardiac monitors and other tools to assess vital signs were not applied until Mr. McClain was in the ambulance several minutes after his sedation, and unfortunately, at the point at which these were applied, he was already in cardiac arrest. And so we lost the opportunity potentially to intervene if there had been something indicated on the cardiac monitor that he was clinically declining. And so you can advance. And this resulted in several recommendations. The first being another, obviously, review of policies, protocols, and trainings to make sure that there's a complete pre-sedation assessment as far as can be done whenever feasible, including pre-sedation assessments of cardiac and capnography monitoring, with obviously the caveat that there are limitations to this, and we understand those exist in all of these environments. That said, the protocol gives a list of things that need to be completed in a post-sedation environment, particularly in excited delirium patients. And we felt that that list should be prioritized with particular attention to completion of all of the aspects of a primary survey that are not able to be completed in patients that require sedation early on in the process, particularly monitor application, because that provides so much valuable and useful information in patients that are clinically declining. The recommendation that surrounds that really is a strong recommendation for implementation of a manual checklist process. Chemical sedation of patients in this scenario and with the diagnosis of excited delirium is one of the events we refer to as a high-risk, low-frequency event in medicine. It's a terminology that has come out of several industries, but all of those industries that deal with high-risk, low-frequency events have implemented to varying degrees checklist processes. Anyone who has gone back and watched the Sullenberg interviews or read his book about the landing of the airliner on the Hudson can understand the importance of checklists and how they contribute to safety, even in scenarios where you're moving very quickly, and especially in scenarios where you're moving very quickly. You can go on to the next slide. So the inaccurate estimation of the weight. Mr. McClain's weight was overestimated by a large degree, depending on who was asked what his weight was. The weight estimates varied from a low of about 160 pounds to a high of 100 kilograms, which is 220 pounds, by all the various sources. At the time of his death, he was 140 pounds. The only consistent thing we found from all of the places that his weight was reported is that it was consistently overestimated. What we've looked at was the fact that, number one, I think a better assessment would have potentially helped in improving the estimate. Oh. I'm trying to speak over the conversation going on in the background.
Would everybody mute their microphones? Thank you.
Sorry about that. Speaking of distractions. So I think a better assessment would have improved their weight estimate. One of the primary pieces of a primary survey when we talk about airway, breathing, circulation is the ABCDE. The D is the assessment of disability or their mental status, and the E is expose. It's get a look at the patient, either remove clothing or get a better sense of what's going on with the patient by exposing their skin or any of those things. And that was a step that was not done here prior to that sedation, and may have contributed to a better estimate on his weight. We then got into this cognitive shortcut of rounding and shortcutting the actual math that occurs in the dosing of ketamine. The small, medium, and large dosing, which you hear referred to and we discussed in the report, really leaves us in a place where we had an error in estimation, which was then compounded by a rounding issue that may be a perfectly valid tool, but doesn't comply with the way the protocol is written. And so those two things together combined to result in a dose of ketamine that was much higher than an actual weight and an actual mathematical calculation would have resulted in. That said, there is no definitive evidence that we found in this that ketamine had a role in Mr. McClain's death. His clinical status was declining prior to the administration of sedation. If anything, the ketamine may have contributed to some difficulties on the part of the paramedics after his sedation in assessing the fact that he was continuing to decline. But that decline that he was having was occurring before the ketamine was administered. Secondly, and more importantly, I think, is that there was not evidence from the coroner or any of the records that accurate dosing would have changed his outcome. Unfortunately, it is not a situation in which we can, fortunately or unfortunately, it's not a situation in which we can take this specific extra 140-ish milligrams of ketamine and place the blame there. It's just, that's not how this case had transpired. The important takeaway, though, is the implication that this has for future patients and for many, many of the medications that are used in the EMS environment that are all based on weight, because there is not the opportunity to weigh these patients in the field, particularly when they can't tell you how much they weigh. And there's a lot of medications that are weight-based. And so looking at this, go ahead, you can move forward. We made a couple of recommendations based on the issues here. One was to explore education and training on accurate weight estimation. The piece of this that came through in some of the reports is that there's good evidence that the weight of young Black men is consistently overestimated in medicine and in healthcare. And even just having that piece of information in the back of their mind will allow paramedics and EMTs to make a mental adjustment of an estimate that they're making to prevent that inherent overestimation that can occur in this population of patients and adjust for that. And being educated on that is enough to help offset that one place where this role of implicit bias rears its head in the medical environment. The other option is to give them other tools to verify an accurate weight. Driver's licenses and state IDs all have weight listed. The patients that can communicate can be asked. And then we wanted to ensure that there was consistency in the protocols across the whole department. We want to make sure that if they start teaching it one way, that it stays that way throughout. And if there are cognitive shortcuts, they need to be put in and implemented in protocol so that they are permissible under the rules. You can give me the next slide. Lastly, there were some cognitive errors that played a role here, and without getting into the gory details of cognitive decision-making in medicine, essentially, once someone has decided that a diagnosis is happening, there is a lot of mental energy that goes into looking for information that helps prove that diagnosis, and it is very, very difficult, even in very experienced clinicians, to separate themselves from that diagnosis and look at either information that doesn't fit or information that contradicts what they have already found. And the particular one that I was going to bring up, and I bring up in the report as well, is this concept of ascertainment bias. Ascertainment bias is when you go into a situation expecting something, and then you look for information that continues to prove your expectations. And the example that I give is the idea of a patient who's collapsed. If you were to close your eyes and picture for a minute that you're an EMT, and I'm going to send you out on a collapsed patient, and I tell you that piece of information I give you next is that patient collapsed in a football stadium. Or alternatively, I tell you, okay, that patient collapsed in an elementary school, or that patient collapsed in a nursing home. And if you're picturing in your head what that patient looks like each time I change the setting or the scenario, if they collapsed in a bar, if I sent you because they collapsed at the jail, if your patient in your head does not look exactly the same in every one of those scenarios, then this is a little bit of that cognitive decision-making that I'm talking about here. And this can allow an introduction of bias into clinical decision-making, and it's important for medics to understand how that plays a role, and the role that protocols have and the adherence to protocols have in diminishing the bias that can affect these decisions. You can go ahead. So our recommendations here are basically just to educate on cognitive errors in clinical decision-making, understanding the process of how this happens, that we want to continue to provide education on excited delirium. In the description, we get further into the idea of how these errors can lead to somebody giving a diagnosis like excited delirium and then only searching for information that validates that diagnosis and missing signs that there's potentially something else going on. The focused excited delirium education is important because it is such a unique entity within altered mental status or within behavioral problems or those issues that rolling it into other protocols or rolling it into other disease entities is potentially fraught with danger, because you then roll that set of treatments into disease entities in which it's not appropriate. So the recommendation was to maintain a standalone excited delirium protocol. It is a subsection of a protocol that's appropriate, but it is a separate disease entity that if it's maintained that way will allow us to manage that specific illness as a unique entity and not confound it with other issues that may cause altered mental status or psychiatric or behavioral problems. There are some things ongoing. There's a ton of discussion around ketamine and EMS right now, and I think that over the next probably 6 to 12 months, there'll be some things coming from the state, there'll be some things coming from the federal government, and that Aurora will be well served to incorporate all of that into their findings and into changes in their protocol. Next slide. We did make some specific protocol recommendations. These are probably more interesting for the fire and EMS people who get down in the weeds on protocol. But there were some recommendations about cross-linking, improving the connections between protocols for situations when you move from one to another. The discussion of checklists for high risk, low frequency events and for specific complex tasks. And then there were recommendations around specific additions to the excited delirium protocol in Aurora that have been shown through the research to provide benefit to patients. Some of them are already in protocol and we just refined them, and some of them would be new additions. You can go ahead. And then there were a couple places I wanted to just say some positive things about the department as far as what I was able to witness and what we were able to see on the video and in our review. The sedation and the interaction itself was a low frequency event. When Mr. McClain unfortunately had a cardiac arrest event and his heart stopped, it's clear from the video footage that dealing with a cardiac arrest scenario with a situation where a patient's heart has stopped and we have to take over CPR and all of those, all of that resuscitation process, it's clear that this is a situation that the paramedics are very well trained for. The snippets of video and the resuscitation descriptions are a classic demonstration of pit crew CPR, which is definitely a best practice and has been shown to improve neurologic outcomes in cardiac arrest resuscitation. That came through loud and clear that their training and education and experience with this is solid and is a best practice that's already ongoing. The second piece that we wanted to point out was their quality assurance and quality improvement process. The structure is based on just culture. It's a multidisciplinary, multi-agency quality review. It is something that occurs on a regular basis and is involved with their EMS physicians at a high level. And it is important to have that structure in place in order to ensure that there's a full, thorough look at patients situations where there's a bad outcome and to identify ways that the system can improve. These reviews are peer review protected. They do have certain legal protections that allow the system to be able to improve without outside eyes in order to be able to have full disclosure of events that go through this process. And so as it pertains to Mr. McClain's case in particular, this was not something that I was able to review as part of the panel, or that the panel was able to review, was the results of the quality assurance process. And that is certainly a set of legal protections that I'm highly respectful of as a practicing physician, because we want to have events that we can look at and make sure that patients are safer without that level of scrutiny and exposure. So let me see. I think that's my last slide. Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Roberto Villaseñor.
Good evening. What I'll be talking about is the post-incident investigation of the case by the Aurora Police Department. The major crime unit was assigned to the case, and on the video you can see Sergeant Leonard advising officers that this was going to be a major crime unit case because Mr. McClain had called out referring to the stoppage of his heart while he was in the ambulance. At that time, he advised the involved officers to separate and not talk to each other, which is standard procedure when these type of events occur in order to try and preserve the integrity of the interviews. Upon arrival at the scene, the major crime unit was briefed on the incident by Sergeant Nunez, who was also another supervisor who was on the scene. The Aurora's major crime unit, along with Denver PD's major crime unit, both responded in fulfillment of a memorandum of understanding between the two agencies. This is an area where Aurora PD is progressive in joining with surrounding agencies to review these type of incidents. Unfortunately, however, the assignment of an investigator from within the agency of the involved participants tends to water down that effort to make sure that the investigation is not biased. Detective Ingwe from Aurora is assigned as the lead investigator. Next slide, please. Major Crimes Unit initiates the investigation that involves the interview of the officers. They interview the police officers either the night of the event or a couple days after. Specifically, Officer Woodyard and Officer Rosenblatt were interviewed on August 25th, and Officer Rodema was interviewed on August 28th. The officers were not allowed to view their body-worn camera prior to being interviewed. No other police officers were interviewed at that time, even though there were several other officers on scene while Mr. McClain was being held down on the ground who could have given their perspective as to the level of resistance and what they observed. This was one of our first indicators of the concern that we developed as a panel of how the case was investigated and the absence of internal affairs as a component of the post-investigation. The firefighters were not interviewed till sometime after the event. Specifically, firefighter Bradley was interviewed on September 9th. Lieutenant Chichuniak and paramedic Cooper were both interviewed on September 11th. These interviews were 2 weeks after the event. And then firefighter De Jesus was not interviewed until September 23rd, which is 4 weeks after the event. We felt this could be problematic because at this time, the event had already become controversial and there was a lot of publicity about the event. Having that much time passed since the event occurred takes away the spontaneity of the responses that you could get from the participants. And really, best practice would be that you would try and get those interviews done as quickly as possible. They had at least 4 detectives and 1 investigator respond to the scene that night. And if needed, between the two agencies, they could have brought more personnel out to conduct those interviews in a quicker time period. We also, in the review of this investigation, developed some concerns about the questioning and the leading nature of the questioning by Major Crimes Unit. The officers involved were not asked key questions, as we pointed out several times, about their conduct, the justification for their actions, their thought process of why they did what they did. Also, at times, the questions appear to be trying to generate what is looked at in the report as magic language, which comes from case law exonerating the use of force. Next slide, please. As an example of this, I took some excerpts of the interview of Officer Woodward by Detective Ingwe, and I'll read them here, and these are the words taken directly off of the recorded interview. Okay, then you heard Officer Rodema say, he's going for your gun or going for a gun. Officer Woodward says, yes. Detective Ingwe says, okay, and how did that physically make you feel? Woodward replies, to be honest, kind of sick. Okay, besides sick, were you, what? And Officer Woodward then kind of ums, and Detective Ingwe says, emotionally, how did you feel? What ran my emotions up? Next slide, please. Detective Ingwe continues, okay, were you nervous? Yeah. Were you scared? A little bit, yeah. Okay, so was there fear within you? Yes, there was. Detective Ingwe says, okay, both for your own safety and then at that point, Officer Woodward finishes saying, for my safety and the officers on scene. The leading nature of these questions and the quality posed, it raises concerns about trying to get the individuals to that location where they say the words that have been shown by case law that it does justify the use of force actions. Next slide, please. In addition, the report of the Major Crimes Unit, in the panel's opinion, somewhat stretched the record in an apparent attempt to exonerate the actions of the officers rather than present a neutral version of the facts. For example, the report stated that the officers were there, quote, to check on his well-being, and that they attempted to explain to McClain why they wanted to talk to him and determine if he needed medical assistance. Nothing that we could find in the record, the video, or the interview support these assertions. The closest evidence in the record is that Officer Whittier stated that he would have stopped Mr. McClain, even absent the call, because he was acting strangely. None of the officers ever expressed concern that he might need medical help, and emergency medical services appears to have been summoned in compliance with the Aurora policy that whenever a carotid hold is applied, EMS must be called to the scene to do an evaluation. Furthermore, Detective Ingwe wrote, Officers Rodema, Woodyard, and Rosenblatt continued to struggle with violently resisting McClain through their entire encounter, even after he was placed into handcuffs, unquote. And while it is true that at least one or two officers were in contact with Mr. McClain until he was placed on the gurney, the video and the audio did not support the claim that Mr. McClain was violent and resisting throughout the contact. But he could actually be heard crying, pleading, vomiting at times, and completely silent at others. Any movement on his part was met with swift countermeasure of control holds or body pressure of major muscle groups, all of which appeared to cause further pain. It's unknown if the pain caused further movement on Mr. McClain's part, if this was a cycle that was generated. But what was clear is that the movement did not appear to this panel to be violent in nature once he was on the ground and handcuffed. Next slide, please. Whenever there is a significant police event, including an in-custody death or officer-involved shooting, the potential for critical impact to the community exists. The Department of Justice is so concerned about this event, they provided guidance to the COPS office, Community-Oriented Police Office, that says a criminal investigation of an agency employee, particularly one involving a felony or crime of moral turpitude, is so serious that an agency should consider extraordinary measures to ensure that the investigation is as thorough and independent of conflicts of interest as possible. Best practice usually accomplishes this by having internal affairs conduct an investigation looking at it from the perspective of policy and procedures, while the appropriate criminal investigative unit will review the potentiality of any criminal misconduct. That did not occur here. The goal of the major crimes investigation of an in-custody death, such as this one, like any other investigation conducted by the unit, focuses on the determination of whether a crime has been committed. This is a significant scenario when the potential suspect in a criminal misconduct that is being investigated is a police officer. In order to maintain any level of trust within the community, the investigation has to be above reproach. It cannot be perceived that the officer is being afforded any special consideration. On the other hand, the role of internal affairs is to protect the integrity of the agency by ensuring compliance with policy. Its standard is a civil one, not a criminal one, and as such, there are different rules that govern the investigation and the employee's actions. In part, again, the DOJ provide guidance stating that internal affairs should conduct all serious administrative investigations, included but not limited to officer-involved shootings, in-custody deaths, alleged constitutional violations, allegations of racial profiling or discriminatory policing or racial prejudice, dishonesty, drug use, several other criminal violations, and then ends with, as well as cases referred directly by the agency head or command staff. Internal affairs should also conduct all administrative investigations of allegations of misconduct that are likely to result in litigation against the agency or its members. Next slide, please. We also looked at the Force Review Board's role in evaluating the investigation. The Force Review Board started their review after the department received the declination letter from the Adams County District Attorney on November 22nd, 2020. 2019. Their decision appeared to be based in large part on the summary provided by Detective Ingwe, which we already have mentioned above. In response to our inquiry about any other items reviewed by the Force Review Board, the police department informed us that the only thing that they looked at was the police reports and the body-worn camera videos provided with the summary report. Even so, there should have been concern about the justification for the Terry stop, as we've indicated earlier, and the attempt to frisk based upon information in the reports of the video. The acceptance of the report and the lack of further inquiry or investigation is concerning, especially considering the controversy and scrutiny the case was already receiving. The board met on January 28th, 2020 to discuss the case and declared that the officers were policy compliant on January 31st, 2020. Next slide, please. We felt that there were some recommendations that we could provide, and we started with training on constitutional requirements. The panel did not conduct a thorough review of all training and supervision of officers. That process is part of other ongoing investigations and reviews. However, we do recommend that the city look at providing training in a couple of areas as you see highlighted above. First, Terry stops and the role of reasonable suspicion. We have focused on this extensively in this report because the Terry stop, the original stop, and the lack of reasonable suspicion of any criminal activity started a chain of events that everything else flowed from. The speed at which the officers reacted and placed hands on Mr. McClain, the apparent failure to assess whether there was reasonable suspicion that a crime had been committed, and the unity with which three officers acted suggests potential training or supervision issues in constitutional law surrounding Terry stops. Without assessing other incidents of the training program, the panel can't reach a definitive conclusion, but best practices would have dictated that the officers would have spent more time observing rather than immediately placing hands on Mr. McClain without a more particularized objective basis to suspect Mr. McClain was involved in criminal activity. The panel also recommends that every Terry stop and every frisk be thoroughly documented. For each stop and separately for each frisk, the officer should be required to provide a description of the reasonable suspicion that justified the stop and the separate basis for the search. Each stop report must be reviewed for policy compliance, appropriateness under the circumstances, and individual or agency approval. Excuse me. We also looked at the use of force and training possibilities there. We looked at the reassessing the necessity and amount of force, and that how much force should be applied based upon the level of threat and resistance being reduced throughout the contact. The unremitting use of force throughout this encounter and what appears to be a failure to allow Mr. McClain to comply after he was taken into custody raises concerns about whether officers have sufficient guidance on the need to reassess the necessity and amount of force used once the level and threat of resistance is reduced. Oftentimes, best practice, this is called the continual decision-making model, where the officers are trained and taught about the need to constantly assess second by second what is going on. In addition, greater emphasis needs to be placed on the role of de-escalation in all potential use of force incidents. While the officers were repeatedly heard telling Mr. McClain to stop tensing up, to relax, to chill out prior to taking him to the ground, the fact that they were making these statements after they had already grabbed and controlled him without any reasonable suspicion of criminal activity somewhat defeats the spirit of de-escalation. Next slide. The post-incident review of the death of Mr. McClain is of serious concern to the panel and reviewed significant weaknesses in the department's accountability systems. The panel urges the city to consider overhaul of the post-incident review process to ensure that inadequacies are identified and addressed in policy, training, and supervision. The panel strongly urges the city to assess training and supervision of the major crimes detectives as it relates to the investigation of potential criminal misconduct by police officers. Remaining objective and independent while investigating a fellow officer presents unique challenges. Both detectives and supervisors need special training to ensure that the investigations are both fair and complete. The panel believes that this case should have been referred to Internal Affairs, as we've said repeatedly, and strongly urges the city to consider the important role of Internal Affairs in reviewing an officer-involved death. While major crimes and homicide roles to determine whether a crime was committed, the role of Internal Affairs is to protect the integrity of the agency by ensuring compliance with policy. The current policy of requiring that only the chief can open Internal Affairs investigations places the chief in a difficult position and limits the opportunity of review by the department for compliance with policy. The panel urges the city to reform the Force Review Board to provide a more critical and objective analysis of these uses of force. The failure of the board to examine the incident in detail and to look at each use of force against Mr. McClain separately and with care is a lost opportunity. The Force Review Board should be a critical part of continuous assessment and learning process, and every incident should be interrogated for what it can teach the department to avoid negative outcomes in the future. We do, though, applaud, no, I'm sorry, next slide. We do applaud steps that Aurora PD has taken since this event. In June of 2020, the Aurora Police thoughtfully instituted the following policy changes, which address several of the issues we brought forward. First was being a ban on the use of the carotid hold. This guidance is included in the policy on less lethal use of force, but we also recommend that it be repeated or at least cross-referenced in the Directive 503 use of force and deadly force and Directive 504 reporting and investigating use of force. Next is the policy dealing with relief of involved officers. The department has made an important change to a policy that requires that officers involved in a significant physical altercation be relieved once the altercation has ended by the first available officer who did not go hands-on. This change in policy is a positive step to ensure that any subsequent use of force be based on the actual resistance at the time and not on the prior conduct by the person being taken into custody. The implementation of the policy will reduce unnecessary uses of force and be safer for officers and members of the community. We also applaud the implementation of a bystander intervention policy. The policy states that a sworn member shall, when in a position to do so, given the totality of the circumstances, safely and immediately intervene to prevent another sworn member from using physical force that exceeds the degree of force permitted by law. Appropriate action may include, but is not limited to, verbal or physical intervention, immediate notification to a supervisor, or a direct order by a supervisor to cease the use of unreasonable force. Finally, and we have talked about this earlier, the change in the policy on dealing with suspicious person calls. Upon arrival and locating a suspicious person, the responding member should take some time to observe the person unless there is something going on that requires immediate contact. Members should not rely solely on the reporting party's description to justify a contact, and members should use their training and observation skills to determine if the person is acting suspiciously and that the person was, is, or seems about to be involved in criminal misconduct. Turning back over to John for areas of concern.
Of time, I will, if I may, just briefly not make specific findings on, but were of significant concern to the panel. We've provided the city in our report with a discussion of the research on implicit bias in law enforcement and the delivery of emergency medical services. Well, from a single incident, it is extremely difficult without the direct evidence of bias to be able to assess bias. We did see indicators that we, in this incident, that would sort of advise the city to take a deeper look at implicit bias, its implicit bias practices, training and supervision. The perception of people of color is more threatening. The perception of people of color having unusual strength, indifference to the effective use of force, indifference to pain, delay in the administration of care, misperception of the dangerousness of neighborhood, misperception of age, size, and size of people of color. This is an area where further work needs to be done, and we would recommend that either the pattern and practice investigation or the work being done by 21 CP would benefit from further exploration from looking at other incidents beyond the single incident. We also, while there's nothing in the record to indicate that Mr. McClain was in behavioral and mental health crisis, the fact that the call that was made to 911 suggested that Mr. McClain was acting bizarrely, strangely, The officers themselves, and particularly Officer Woodyard, indicated that he would have stopped to check on Mr. McClain's welfare. Did cause us to take a look at the crisis intervention system in Aurora. We did make some very specific recommendations. Aurora has adopted the CIT International model, but does not follow that model with fidelity. And we would strongly encourage a review of its policies, procedures to provide more guidance and greater fidelity to the CIT model. There's some very good specific material in CIT International materials. We want to congratulate the city for its adoption of a pilot of a CAHOOTS model, a non-law enforcement intervention model, and would hope that at the conclusion of that pilot, that the city strengthen and support CAHOOTS approach. It's been successful in other jurisdictions, and we believe that it can be a tremendous benefit to the city of Aurora. And finally, Dr. Costello mentioned this earlier, as the city does its review of the use of ketamine, Dr. Costello has provided some commentary on the dangers of the alternatives to the use of ketamine. And in the course of that review, we encourage the city to take a look at what its alternatives are as it moves forward to determine whether ketamine should be returned to usage in Aurora or there are alternative sedatives that would be used under any circumstances. With that concludes our formal presentation, and we would be prepared to answer questions now if the council and the mayor have them and there's time to do so.
You know, this is Mayor Mike Coffin. I'm would ask the panel if we could do this. That staff advised me that the time required by the panel was going to be much less than it was. And we need to start our regular meeting at 6:30. And so would it be possible to have an additional meeting where the public would clearly have access to the meeting, whether it's a special study session or however it is, what it is structured, but would the panel be willing to do that? Because this is very important to this city, and I don't want to rush the ability for members to ask questions.
I can speak for myself, and I'll let Dr. Kelly and the chief speak for themselves. We'd be pleased to reconvene with the city or city leadership or with the council to answer any further questions.
Thank you very much. What I will do then is I'll look at the schedule and find time for another meeting. And thank you very much for all your work, for your presentation on an issue. We cannot move forward as a city unless we understand the problems that we've had. And so I want to thank you so much for your independent investigation into this, what was a horrific incident to our city and remains a wound in our city. And so with that, I'm going to conclude this particular presentation. And thank you very much. And we will, again, I will work with you on another date for a time that the members can be able to ask questions and not be rushed. And I want to thank Councilmember Hiltz for this recommendation that I've accepted. So thank you, panel, for all your work, and look forward to an additional meeting where we will have the ability to ask questions. With that, the study session is adjourned. We will reconvene in the regular meeting of the City Council at 6:30 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
I'll be here with you all night. My mind
audio's not too loud. No, it's not loud enough. We did just go to a black screen. We are gonna maybe stick around for the city council, but I'm gonna also try to click on that link. And I wasn't really set up to click on any links, so please hold. I really do appreciate y'all hanging out, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. I'll kind of scroll through it slowly and try to click on the video. Let's see here, one moment. Look at this. I'll kind of scroll through it slowly and try to click on the video. I need to mute this first. Let's see here, one moment. Alright, here we are. On Yahoo News. Wow, this is brutal. Look at this. I'll kind of scroll through it slowly and try to click on the video. I need to mute this first. One moment. Alright, here we are. On Yahoo News. Wow, this is brutal.
Keep it no voice.
How is this not child abuse? How is this not child abuse? Yeah, I'll play the video one more time and then we'll see if the city council meeting has started. Yeah, I'll play the video one more time and then we'll see if the city council meeting has started. Oh, awesome. Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah. I can play that if you'd like. Looks like they haven't started yet. Oh, awesome. Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah. I can play that if you'd like. Looks like they haven't started yet. And they're actually starting right now, so I'll go ahead and Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah. I can play that if you'd like. Looks like they haven't started yet. And they're actually starting right now, so I'll go ahead and Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah. I can play that if you'd like. Looks like they haven't started yet. And they're actually starting right now, so I'll go ahead and Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah. I can play that if you'd like. Looks like they haven't started yet. And they're actually starting right now, so I'll go ahead and Community Leo Watch did a story on it. Hell yeah.
Warning: some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
The New Jersey Attorney General's office is now investigating an incident involving Patterson police officers seen repeatedly punching a man on video.
Yeah, this happened back in December. Surveillance video shows two officers approached the man, who was 19 at the time, repeatedly assault him before placing him under arrest. Video was shared on social media by the victim and the Council on American Islamic Relations, who are calling for the cops to be fired. The victim says he suffered a concussion and head trauma. He also claims he reported the incident to the city's Internal Affairs Division 2 months ago, but hasn't heard back from them yet.
All right, gang, you've seen the video, and now we're going to talk about it. It deals with the Patterson, New Jersey Police Department, and I've done editorials on this police department. I've done several. Remember the Patterson 7 out of New Jersey? And apparently they still have dirt bags working there. So this is a disgusting police department. I don't. They must go to the streets and say, "What gang are you in?" Gang. Oh, you could be a cop in Patterson. Come on, buddy. We'll get you suited up. I don't know. Let's look at it. Thank you to CNN.com for this story. The New Jersey Attorney General's office is investigating after video footage shows multiple police officers assaulting a Muslim Arab American teenager. Osama Al-Sadi, 19 at the time, was assaulted and arrested by police officers with the Patterson Police Department in New Jersey in December, his lawyer Diego Navas said in a pre-lawsuit notice of claim. Al-Sadi was walking down Madison Avenue in Patterson just after midnight December 14th when a vehicle approached him, according to video footage released by the New Jersey chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations. In the video, 2 Patterson police officers are seen briefly talking to Al-Sadi before grabbing him and punching him repeatedly. The video came from a surveillance camera across the street that Navas said they were lucky to find. Lawyer Navas said in a news conference on Tuesday, if it wasn't for that camera, it'd be the word of our client against the word of the officers. Now that's so true, is that it's always what the cops said versus what you said. Everybody's going to believe the cops. They're always going to believe the cops unless there's a camera. This is why it's so important to record police interactions. And again, it's not to make cops look bad, it's to make the bad cops look accountable. That's why. And if law enforcement officers who are watching this video get upset and go, you're always telling people to go out and record us, well then tell your buddies, like these guys in Patterson here, to knock it off. Be more professional. Stop being a bully. Stop lying on police reports. I'm not saying all cops do that. But some cops who are really trying to do the right thing see this stuff and go, I don't see anything. I understand that snitches get stitches in the department. But you're either going to have to man up and have the intestinal fortitude to step forward and say, I saw him break the law and he's a cop, or go find another department to work in. But if you say nothing, you're complicit to their bad behavior. Let's move on. CNN reached out to the department for a statement, but has not received a response. Of course not. Al-Sadi, who was on his way to his 1 a.m. shift at Amazon, sustained multiple physical injuries as a result, Navas said, including head trauma, a concussion, multiple cuts and bruises, as well as anxiety, stress, and depression. A spokesperson for St. Joseph's University Medical Center, Pamela Gerritsen, confirmed Al-Sadi was treated and released December 14th. A police report detailing the encounter states Al-Sadi approached the officers screaming profanities and acting belligerent. Officers ignored Al-Sadi, the report says, but then Al-Sadi took an aggressive fighting stance by blading his body and clutching his fist, before punching one officer in the chest and starting an altercation with him. The officers charged Al-Sadi with aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest, according to the report. But Al-Sadi, in a Facebook post detailing the incident, claims the report is false.
You're a cover-up artist and you are a liar.
Let's stop and talk about the report real quick before we see what Al-Sadi wrote. The police report said he took up a fighting stance, clutching his fist and punching one officer in the chest. I watched the video. It looks like he's standing with his hands in his hoodie pockets like, okay, what's up? What's up? What do you guys want? And then one officer just starts pummeling him and beating the crap out of him. So this is a fighting stance to Patterson Police Department. That's a fighting stance. And he probably punched you in the chest because you were punching him in the face multiple times. Somebody punches me in the face, I'm going to punch him in the chest too. What did Al-Sadi write? Al-Sadi wrote on Friday, those officers came out of nowhere to block me from walking and beat me up on my own block. Then one officer assaults me at the hospital away from cameras and people to avoid witnesses. I made a complaint to Internal Affairs and 2 months have passed and still they haven't done anything. He continues, I was beaten up and arrested for no reason. I was 19 at the time and have no criminal record. I was humiliated and treated like an animal. I thought they were going to kill me at the police station. I can't even walk in my own town without being afraid these cops will attack me again. And to be honest with you, Internal Affairs isn't going to do anything. Internal Affairs is going to back the officers, and they're going to keep doing it. You know why? Because it's Paterson, New Jersey, the most disgusting, the most vile police department in our nation, as far as I'm concerned. Let's move on. In Tuesday's news conference, I'm going to mess this name up, Saladin Maksut, CARE New Jersey's executive director, called on the officers involved to be fired and prosecuted for aggravated assault and official misconduct for allegedly making a false report. The Attorney General's office and the Passaic County Prosecutor's office announced Monday they are investigating the allegations. Navas said in the news conference Tuesday he is glad to hear the Attorney General's office is investigating and hopes they will conclude the officers are guilty of criminal conduct, saying what the officers did is flat-out assault. Navas said in the news conference, the incident report authored by these officers does not match what's on that video. Amen. These officers, when they wrote the report, made my client sound like the aggressor. They made it sound like they approached him, that he's yelling profanities at them, and that they are taking some type of police action. He continues that's not what occurred. While he said he didn't want to share too many details of the case because of pending litigation, Navas said he expects Al-Sadi will be exonerated of those, what I can only say are false charges. He's filing a civil lawsuit. Navas said, I'm hoping that this kind of community getting together and discussing these issues will result in that, and that we can bring some real change to the police department because they sorely need it. They're not going to change. They have the Paterson 7, and they still got these cops out there assaulting people and then lying about it. We saw in the video, he didn't punch at the officer. He didn't take a fighting stance. He was standing like this. It looked like he had his hands in his pockets, probably cold out. It's December in New Jersey. And they just start punching the crap out of him and then lie about it. And then punch him again at the hospital, according to him. I believe him because of what I saw in the video. Thank God there was a camera there across the street. Thank you for that camera across the street. People, don't pass by when you see cops talking to somebody sitting on a curb. If you have time, pull over, get out of the car, walk back there and record it. You may be the person that tells the truth. Oh, well, they have body cameras on. Yeah, they shut those off too. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section below. Community Leo Watch, watching Leos, that's law enforcement officers to include those thuggery thugs that work out of Paterson, New Jersey, and from coast to coast.
That was the Community Leo Watch, and we're gonna go ahead and subscribe. And oh man, I'll subscribe when I sign back in. I'm not gonna do that at the moment, but let's also make sure we hit the thumbs on this as well. Looks like they did start up, so we're gonna go ahead and
patient advocacy or communication between the people involved, especially by people who are sworn in and supposedly are trained to do no harm. But even more than that if those mistakes or biases or just evil, if it does happen in the situation, that those people's bosses, the DAs, and the people involved will cover it, will protect the wrongdoing, and will put them back in a situation that makes them eligible to do this again to someone else. It is because of cases like this that when my 6-year-old brings up police, I feel like I have an obligation to explain to her that even though their job description is to protect them, that she cannot blindly rely on them for that. And that is a really sickening reality as a parent. And the fact that these individuals are still in a position to do that to others is just a mother's nightmare and should just be a human nightmare. So I just reiterate that all 5 of them, Whittier, Bardman, Rosenblatt, Cooper, and Kitcheney, they should all be fired. They should be facing consequences. They should be facing charges. And that the people that are covering this up, that have been protecting them for this entire year, should also be held accountable.
Thank you. Next is Beth. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Beth, it is your turn. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. All right, we'll try coming back to Beth. Let's go to Sophia. Sophia, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was told I would have to speak at the end of the meeting. I wasn't expecting to be called to attend. I'm calling in also about the Elijah McClain case and about the report that was released today. Of course, we've known ever since Elijah's murder that it was unconscionable and wrong, and that the police never, ever had the right to take his life. They should never have the right to take anyone's life. And policing is the only job in this country where you are allowed to kill another human being and not face a single consequence for it. All of them still hold their jobs. It's not just that they have them in charge, it's that they all still hold their jobs. Even though we have video evidence of them killing him, even though we have an autopsy report that says they killed him, even though there was no medical reason for Elijah to die that night before the police went over and detained him and choked him, and the paramedics forced an unbelievable amount of ketamine into his body that caused him to die. And everyone responsible for that night and his death deserves and must face consequences for that, because we cannot live in a place that does not mete out justice for Elijah. And that justice has to look like all of the officers involved being fired. It must look like them facing charges for first-degree murder, because that is what it was. And it also means that we need to defund and abolish the Aurora Police Department, because these actions make it clear beyond belief, beyond measure, that the Aurora Police Department doesn't do anything to protect or serve us. But they actually make our community less safe, because they put people like Elijah McClain, someone who's only less than a year older than I am, who would be less than a year older than I am, he turns 25 in a few days. They didn't just put him in danger, they killed him. And the police put us in danger every single day. The fact that these officers haven't been fired, even though they've demonstrated that they're capable of killing people in cold blood and haven't been fired, demonstrates to us that we can't trust anyone on the Aurora Police Department. So I cannot imagine interacting with an APD officer who hasn't already turned in their badge, frankly. I literally cannot imagine continuing to serve next to someone who I know is a murderer, continuing to work next to someone who's a murderer. I can't even believe that I live in a community, right, with people who I know are willing to kill other people, and with others who are unwilling, like you all, people on the Aurora City Council, who are unwilling to hold them to account. Elijah McClain deserves justice, and his family deserves justice, and we as community members also deserve that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zach. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Zach. I'm calling in from Columbia, South Carolina, also regarding the Elijah McClain case, because I believe this is a national issue and is also becoming an international issue. The world is quite literally watching this meeting. I am calling to demand that the Aurora City Council put the pressure on to hold the officers who murdered Elijah McClain, to hold them accountable, and I'm asking for those officers to be fired. Their names, yet again, are Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodinema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Chichuniak. This is a chance for the Aurora City Council to show the rest of the world that we will not stand for this type of policing in our communities, and that we will divest from the police who cannot hold safe spaces for our communities. And in fact, as the last caller just mentioned, are actively making the communities less safe. This is the time to rise to the occasion, and a failure to do so will signal to the world that the Aurora City Council does not stand behind this movement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Let's try going back to Beth now. Beth, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. All right, Beth, we'll keep trying you. Coming back. Willie, you are next. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling about Elijah McClain, and I just want to make sure that we're all taking into account that with any other job, if a mistake of this magnitude is made, people are fired and changes are made at the top, and there's a change in culture in the workplace dynamic. And I hope y'all take these actions in a minimum. What Nathan Woodyard and Randy. One second. What Nathan Woodyard and Randy Rodema and Jason Rosenbaum and Jeremy Cooper and Peter, I don't know how to say his last name, what those people did is just terrible, and it should not go for in our society. And y'all as city council members of Aurora owe us better than this. And it's just terrible that y'all even arrested Trey Quinn and Terrence Roberts for advocating for justice for this young man when y'all know that these people killed him. And y'all don't want to do anything about it, and it's just disgusting. And so I have questions for y'all, which is how will y'all make it safe for me and my melanin brothers and sisters to feel safe walking around the streets of Aurora, to know that we're not going to just get injected with ketamine, or y'all aren't going to think that when someone's 145 pounds that they're 225 pounds. Like, it makes no sense. And so I just hope that y'all have other plans of action than just firing these officers and thinking that it's all going to be better, because it runs deeper than just the officers and the EMTs that were involved. It really starts with even you guys. You know, you guys got to be held to a higher standard as well. And so I just hope everyone takes things into a deeper account and don't just think that we fire the officers and it's over. No, we got to change the whole system. That's all I have to say.
All right, Brianna is next. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, councilwomen and men. I am here to speak on Elijah McClain and the disgrace that this has brought to Colorado, and especially the Aurora PD. I'm a native Coloradan and have been born and raised in this beautiful state. And I've always had the perception that Colorado was filled with lighthearted and loving people. But this disgrace is deeply ashaming, and each person needs to be held accountable for this action. I cannot express the lack of leadership and accountability has gone for a year and a half now. And like I said, each person involved since that night has contributed not only to a cover-up, to a murder, but to downright injustice. And we need to find justice for Elijah McClain. For the 911 call to have come in and clearly stated that Elijah did not have a weapon and does not seem to be harmful, these officers had absolutely no right to stop and frisk him, to hold him in a chokehold, and to administer a drug into his body. I do not take a vitamin without reading the ingredients and knowing exactly what impact it may have on my body. For another person to have been allowed to administer a drug that for 140-pound young man, that was enough for a 190-pound man, clearly states that not only are they incompetent and do not deserve a job, but actually states that they are unable to keep anyone safe in this community. I do not trust an officer and the Aurora PD to tell me bless you, let alone de-escalate a situation. If you do not take this time to invest in the community, invest in training for your officers, and I'm not talking about some diversity training that they sit in and check a box off. I'm talking about genuine training where they go in and learn about their community, then you have failed. You need to invest in better schooling. We are wasting our money, spending my taxpayer dollars are going to this a broken down system, and it is a disgrace. I'm ashamed, I'm disgusted, and I absolutely demand that these officers, Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenbelt, Jeremy Cooper, and Petey Chinook are fired immediately.
McClain, which should have happened a year and a half ago. The fact that they have not been fired, are you kidding me? Are you joking? Like, this is unbelievable. And not only do they need to be fired because of the embarrassment that they have not already been, they need to be indicted on a crime of murder. If you are sitting in that room today and do not take action, then just know when you go to sleep tonight that you are complicit in the murder of a man. You have taken a soul off of this earth if you do not take action and bring justice for Elijah McClain. You should feel
Your
deep
3 minutes
down
are
shame
up.
if you. I demand justice.
Thank you. All right, Ryan is next. Ryan, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm from Aurora. I've lived in Colorado almost all my life. First off, I want to say I'm glad that this investigation, this new report, this independent investigation into Elijah McClain's death happened. Maybe for Dave Gruber, I'm not sure if he read it, racist asshole. Some takeaways. There was really no legal basis at all for the Aurora police to intervene while Elijah McClain was walking down the street at all. As soon as Woodyard touched him, that was breaking department policy, let alone a completely racist and violent action in the beginning of a murder. And another takeaway, I think that the paramedics, they showed up and they didn't check on Elijah or even examine him for 7 minutes. They injected him with this enormous dose of ketamine before examining him at all. That the initial investigation into this murder, that the questions were crafted to help exonerate these officers. Just fact after fact of just absolute brutality and racism on the part of this department. And I want to say too, we knew this from day one, right? And when I say we, I mean Aurorans, people in Aurora. We knew from day one that what those officers did was incorrect. We knew that they should be fired. We knew that they should be prosecuted. We knew that from day one. It took y'all a little bit longer to come around to it. Some of you still may not think that, but I think a lot of people on this call, a lot of the public on this call have known that since the beginning. And I think really the only takeaway from this that you could possibly have is that power needs to be taken away from this racist, violent department. That they killed Elijah McClain, and faced no repercussions. In fact, that the department helped to exonerate them. The only option is to take power away from this department. But I want to say even before that, what needs to happen is these officers need to be fired. And I know y'all really like to talk about what you can't do as city council. It seems like all you do is say, oh, we can't do that, we can't do this. Even Vanessa Wilson said she couldn't fire. I want you all to be pushing on these other investigations. I want you all to be pushing Vanessa Wilson. I want you to be pushing the departments, the district attorney, to bring criminal charges against Woodyard, against Rodema, against those two paramedics. And they need to be fired first, and they need to be jailed. And this department needs to be stripped of its power. Just absolutely disgusting. And I hope that Dave Gruber sits down and reads the report in full. I know he has a lot of time to read.
Sir, your time is up.
Reads during these meetings. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time.
All right, next is Walker. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Walker Kemp, and I am also calling in regards to Elijah McClain. And I, too, am glad to hear about this new independent investigation, finally admitting that the cops and paramedics were in the wrong when they killed Elijah McClain. But like has been said here, we didn't need this long overdue investigation to tell us that. We've all known that they murdered Elijah for over a year now. And furthermore, this report means nothing if you don't put any action behind it. Every single officer and paramedic involved in Elijah McClain's death needs to be fired and prosecuted now. There are just no more excuses. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our last speaker is Eliza. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. My name is Elijah Lucero. I'm a member of PSL, and I'm calling in tonight nearly a year and a half after me and I think probably many people on this call's first public comment, regarding Elijah McClain. Still demanding that these killer cops be fired immediately. This investigation that just came out proved what the community has been saying all along, which is that these officers were directly responsible for the killing of Elijah McClain. He was never a suspect, and the cops had absolutely no business touching him at all, let alone beating him to literal death. Furthermore, this proves that the paramedics didn't come to help Elijah, but rather to assist in the police's murder of him. And lastly, this proves that the city of Aurora, like a lot of the city council members, a lot of you included, took every possible step to cover up this horrendous murder and to ensure that these dangerous killer cops kept, they were kept not only from not facing charges, but they stayed on the city's payroll, they stayed on the police force, they stayed on, they got desk jobs, but, on our streets. So, all of us are calling here tonight to say no more excuses. Fire Rodima, fire Woodward, fire Chuchiniak, fire Cooper, and make sure Rosenblatt never gets a job in public safety ever again. And we're still demanding murder charges for the cops. We know that you don't have necessarily the power for that, but I just want to echo what Ryan said, that you should be pushing for that. You should be pushing these other investigations. And the entire community is going to be watching the AG's investigation and demanding murder charges and nothing less for these cops and paramedics. That's all.
Thank you. That is everyone in line at this point.
Okay, the next item is the adoption of the agenda. The applicant has requested that item 15A be removed from the agenda. So with that exception, I need a motion.
Mayor Dave Gruber, move to approve the agenda.
Been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by
Persons.
Councilmember Berzins to approve the agenda with the exception of item 15A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Mercado.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner. Okay. The motion passed.
Will clerk now please read the title of item number 8A?
Reconsideration of Resolution 2020-24 to suspend certain council rules.
Motion?
Mayor, so moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Mercado, seconded by
Persons.
Councilmember Berzins to approve item number 8A. Will the clerk please call the roll? Is discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Mercado.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner, are you there? Okay. Councilmember Hilt.
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
The motion passes.
I need a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 9A through J. Items 9A through 9J.
May I have a question, please?
Yes, Chris. Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. On our iPads, voting is popping up that we can vote on our iPads. Is that available or not?
Let me defer to the clerk.
Councilmember Berzins, I believe right now Susan is in eScribe and she's just testing it out to see what it's going to be like right now. So I'm still going to be calling roll. This is just something in the future that we might go towards.
To help her out, should we vote on there so she'll know if it's working or not?
Yes, that would be great if you could do that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
But also answer the roll. Okay, the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item 9A through 9G. I need a motion.
Okay, Berzins.
It's been moved by Councilmember Berzins, seconded by?
Okay.
Sorry? Seconded by Councilmember Coombs?
Yep.
To approve the consent calendar, items 9A through 9G. Discussion?
Mayor, I do want to pull off 9D. So if we can amend the motion to say 9G with the exception of, or 9A through G with the exception of 9D.
Is there objection for moving 9B from the consent calendar? Seeing none, then?
Mayor, D, not B.
Oh, D. Okay. Is there any objection for moving 9D from the consent calendar? Seeing none, discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is...
Sorry.
Yeah, Councilmember Coombs.
Unmute. I just wanted to ask for a brief presentation from staff on 9D.
Well, let's vote. You were going to vote on that next. Okay.
Right. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Further discussion on the adoption of the consent calendar, items 9A through 9J with the exception of 9D. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, items 9A through 9G with the exception of 9D. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
And Councilmember Gardner? The motion passes.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 9D?
Item 9D is consideration to amend an employee solicited contract to Tetra Tech Inc., Denver, Colorado, an amount of $5,739,763 for providing professional engineering services for the feasibility design and permitting support for Wild Horse Dam and Reservoir.
Motion. Motion.
Mayor, move to approve 9D.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second, Marcano.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 9D. Discussion?
Mayor, can I just ask for a brief presentation from staff for the benefit of the public?
Presentation from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me okay? Very good. So this item is the second phase of design for the Wild Horse Reservoir. In our integrated water master plan that we put together in 2016, it identified the need for additional water storage. And so this project has been in the works for quite some time. And we did an initial feasibility design over the last year to make sure that there weren't any fatal flaws for the site that's been selected, which is in Park County, close to the town of Hartselle. This phase of the design is to further investigate some of the geotech around the site to ensure that the size of the reservoir that's been established and the location doesn't have any more fatal flaws associated with the geotech, be that subsurface where there might be water loss or faults or those types of things. And so there's a significant amount of additional subsurface investigation. And then we also do a feasibility for the actual dam design. So the type of dam, the sizes of the dams, and then kind of a basic general spillways and some of those other pieces of infrastructure related to the reservoir. And then the result is a feasibility report to move into final design and construction of the dam.
Further discussion? Questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you very much. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 9D. Would clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano. Councilmember Marcano.
Oh, sorry, I got double muted again. Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins.
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Gardner, I'm not sure I could hear you whenever we asked for the adoption of the agenda or the consent calendar. How would you like to vote for those two items?
I'd like to be a yes on both. Thank you.
And the reconsideration of resolution 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We will now have an announcement of the call-in line, and the time is now 7:16. The City Council will stand in recess until 7:21.
The Access Live event is in music hold. Music hold ended.
Residents who would like to speak on a resolution or ordinance and have not already been screened, please press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press *3. Don't forget the star. You won't get connected to an operator. Council will take a short break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you hear a prompt after pressing *3 and can still hear either the music hold or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator.
Regular meeting of the Aurora City Council is called back to order. Will the clerk please read the title of item number 10A?
Resolution 2021-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to modify the rules of order and procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Lawson.
I'd like to give a motion to 10A, please.
That's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 10A. Discussion.
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I just have a simple question. I know we can go to other people's meetings, whether they're virtual or in the city building. Will we be able to attend these meetings also if they're online? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 10B?
Resolution 2021-08, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado to modify the rules of order and procedure for the Aurora, Colorado City Council. These are administrative changes.
Motion. Councilmember Coombs. I'm sorry, Councilmember Coombs. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I said move to approve 10B.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 10B. Discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, I had a discussion. I'm trying to find exactly where it is. It looked like my iPad did away with all my red marks. Okay. Yeah, it did away with your red marks, but one of them is on page, 4. And it's number 5. On page 4, it's in the attendance of guests. And I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure. And obviously the city funds may not be used to pay any expenses. I just want to make sure that, I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm going to use you for an example. If our mayor takes his wife can't stay in his room and not have to pay for half the bed and half the bathroom or half the Uber. Is that correct?
I think you have to get a date first. I don't know. The mayor is not married, so
you're just the example.
I think the question to staff as an example.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I realize that the city won't pay for food, but does the room have to be split? And the Ubers have to be split? Because it's not in here, and I just don't want to get into the weeds if it's not spelled out in here.
So this is Dan Brotzman. You would pay for the additional amount for the extra person. So if you had a single and you went to a double room, you would pay the extra amount. They don't have to split a single room. It's the extra amount that they're paying. So again, the airline ticket is easy. It wouldn't pick up the airline on the room. It's if they're upgrades because of the other person. Whatever would have been paid for and so 2 council members in rooms next to each other would pay the exact same amount.
Right, and a lot of well, most hotels don't charge more for two than for one, but we should recognize that that could happen. Okay. All right. That's all I needed to know. Like I said, I don't want to get in the weeds or have somebody get in trouble because of it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10B. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Would clerk now please read the title to item number 10C?
Item 10C is the Joint Wet Weather Monitoring IGA. It's Resolution 2021-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support of an intergovernmental agreement among the City of Aurora, Colorado, by and through its utility enterprise, the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, DBA Mile High Flood District, the City and County of Denver, and the City of Lakewood regarding funding of joint wet weather monitoring other Colorado discharge permit activities.
Mayor?
Motion, Councilmember Coombs.
Move to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Councilmember Marcano to approve item number 10C. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 10C?
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Would the clerk now please read the title of item number 13A?
Yes, one moment.
I think,
Did you
I'm
want
sorry,
to do
we have, yes, let's take, we'll have another announcement of a call-in line. The time is now 7:29. Council will stand in recess until 7:34.
Residents who would like to speak on an ordinance and have not already been screened, please press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press *3. Council is taking a short 5-minute break to allow for any additional speakers to sign up. Again, be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. As long as you heard the prompt after pressing *3 and can either hear music or the meeting in progress, you are in line to speak to an operator.
February 22nd for the Aurora City Council is called back to order. Will the clerk please read the title of item number 13A?
Item 13A is 2020-07, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, amending Article 4 of Section 130 relating to the modification of the exemption for long-term lodging.
Motion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs?
move to approve 13A.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins to approve item number 13A. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 13A?
Mayor?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think just if staff could just provide a very brief explanation of why we're changing the code.
Staff?
Yes, this is Trevor Vaughn, Manager of Tax and Licensing. This adjustment follows along with what the state and the city of Denver has done with regards to modifying the exemption from lodger's tax with regard to basically residential stays. The definitions previously, the way the exemption was defined was it applied to any person, which would also include business entities. And so this is modifying this exemption so it only applies to natural persons. So that a business entity which might rent out a room for longer than 30 days but have different people in it. Usually this is commonly associated with airlines. Previously, we're taking advantage of the exemption, which was not the original intent of the exemption. The original intent of the exemption is to apply to individuals that are actually residents of a location, a business, hotel or motel or a similar establishment.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 13A. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 14A?
14A is 2021-05, consideration for an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, rezoning 185 acres more or less south of 64th Avenue between E470 and Denali Street from mixed-use airport district MU-A to airport district AD and amending the zoning map accordingly. High Point Hyde Industrial Rezone.
Mayor, move to approve 14A.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gruber, seconded by Councilmember Johnston to approve item number 14A. Discussion? Seeing none, would clerk please call the roll on the adoption of item number 14A?
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner? Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 14B?
2021-06, an ordinance authorizing the City of Aurora, Colorado to exercise the power of eminent domain for acquisition of certain properties for the I-70 Piccadilly Road Interchange Project.
Motion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Marcano, seconded by
Coombs?
Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 14B. Discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
can we get a brief presentation from staff? I know we saw one in study session, but I think it merits at least that.
Staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Hector Reynoso. I'm the manager of the Real Property Services Division of the Public Works Department. In 2019, the city received a $25 million U.S. Department of Transportation build grant to construct the I-70 at Piccadilly Road interchange project. The project's footprint is depicted on Exhibit A, and it will require the acquisition of real property interests from 5 owners. That includes 19 fee parcels, 14 permanent easements, and 2 temporary construction easements. In September of 2020, CDOT provided the city with approved right-of-way plans, which authorized the city to initiate the acquisition process. And so in September of 2020, the city sent notices of intent to acquire to all 5 of the affected property owners, notifying them of our intent to acquire certain real property interests and depicting exactly what it is we were acquiring and what would be a remainder parcel not necessary for the project. And so the city we expected to receive our appraisals this first quarter of 21, at which point we would be able to initiate negotiations and send our first offers. And so in order to meet the project's funding obligation and be able to provide the 5 affected property owners the opportunity to qualify for a 1033 tax exchange, the staff is requesting passage of this ordinance. And, as a last resort and in order to meet the funding obligation deadline, we may need to acquire some interests by eminent domain. Please rest assured, staff will not proceed with any filing of any actions until after we've spoken with council.
Staff? Seeing none, further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14B. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
The item passes.
Still at work. Let me call you right back. All right, bye.
Staff, please mute their line. Will clerk now please read the title of item number 14C?
Item 14C is the Healthy Kids Meal Ordinance 2020-09, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Chapter 26 by creating a non-sugary default beverage option on children's menus under Article 6 of the City Code.
Mayor?
Member Lawson.
Mayor, I would like to request a postponement of 14C, the second reading of this ordinance, with the request to continue to matter with the tentative date set for June 14th, 2021.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Clerk, now please read the title of item number 15A.
Okay, 15A is the call-up of a decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which unanimously approved an oil and gas location applied for by the GMT Exploration Company.
Point of order, Mayor, didn't we remove this at the agenda?
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, you're muted.
That was taken off the agenda. I stand corrected. Will clerk now please read the title of item number 17A?
Reconsideration of Resolution 2020-22, review of the powers granted to the city manager by resolution 2020-22.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Berzins.
thank you. Move to approve 17A.
Moved by Councilmember Berzins, seconded by
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 17A. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk now please call the roll on the adoption of item number 17A.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
And Councilmember Gardner? Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
The motion passes.
The time is now 7:45. I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 5:51. Council is now in recess. Regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for February 22nd is called back into order. Would the clerk now please read the title? We are now into deciding on the appointments for the Civil Service Commission. We have 2 appointments. Each member of council can choose 2. Would the clerk please read the rules?
So item 18A is the consideration to appoint 2 members to the Civil Service Commission. And the process that was approved by the City Attorney's Office will be I will tally the votes received for each candidate and announce them after I do roll call with each council member. And you're going to give me your top 2 candidates. If there are 2 candidates that receive 6 or more votes, then the mayor will ask for a motion and second to appoint those 2 candidates to the Civil Service Commission per Appendix F of the council rules. If there is not 1 or 2 candidates who receive 6 or more votes, the candidate with the fewest votes will be removed and the 4 remaining candidates will be voted on again. Council will be asked for their top 2 candidates from the 4 remaining. This process will continue until there are 2 candidates with 6 or more votes.
Are there any questions? I'm sorry. No, please proceed. I'm sorry.
For section 5-2 of the charter, we ask that council members refrain from abstaining on any vote.
Are there any questions of council members? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll? For council members, please give the top 2 candidates.
Mayor Kaufman?
Let's see, I'm sorry. Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Berzins?
Wow. Brooke and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Coombs?
Harold Johnson and Eric Mulder.
Councilmember Gardner?
Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Gruber?
Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Harold Johnson and Brooke Gabrielli.
Councilmember Johnston?
Harold Johnson and Brooke Gabrielli.
Councilmember Lawson?
Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Marcano?
Eric Mulder and Harold Johnson.
Councilmember Murillo?
Harold Johnson and Eric Mulder.
Okay, that is 8 votes for Brooke Gabrielli, 11 for Harold Johnson, and 3 for Eric Mulder. Do we have a motion for Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson for the 2 commissioners?
Yes, motion to appoint Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, seconded by
Dave Gruber.
Seconded by Councilmember Gruber to approve the names of Harold Johnson and Brooke Gabrielli to the Civil Service Commission. Discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on the appointment of Brooke Gabrielli and Harold Johnson to the Civil Service Commission?
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Clerk, now please read the title of item number 18B.
Consideration to appoint 5 members to the Aurora Immigrant and Refugee Commission.
A motion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Move to appoint, sorry, I have to pull up this list. Oh, it's not a list. Okay. Kevin Vargas, L. Beachland, Linda Skelly, M. Weidman, and J. Vijunix to the Immigrant and Refugee Commission.
Are there other nominations?
Second.
I'm sorry. Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll in the adoption of the five members, the five nominees to the Aurora Immigrant and Refugee Commission?
Councilmember Lawson? Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Kaufman?
Yes.
I have your vote, Councilmember Lawson. Thank you. Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen?
Yes.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yes.
Councilmember Hiltz?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Marcano?
Yes.
Councilmember Gruber?
Yes.
And Councilmember Murillo?
Yes.
The motion passes.
There is no report by the mayor. Reports by council. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a Pfizer update from the federal side. The U.S. House Budget Committee took up $1.9 trillion COVID relief package today. The full House is expected to vote on the package by the end of the week. In our state updates, the General Assembly reconvened last week and over 200 bills were introduced. The Pfizer Committee met on Friday and took action on 7 bills. The committee supported the following bills that align with the city-state priorities. House Bill 21-1117, local government authority to promote affordable housing units. House Bill 21-1075, replacing the term illegal alien. House Bill 21-1030, expanding peace officers' mental health grant program. For the RTD Reimagine RTD will be reconvening again on March 11th. So I'll be bringing a report regarding that once we start meeting again, which is on March 11th. And just Mayor, just for Black History Month, I just want to just say that I would not be here today, and I do want to acknowledge Edna Mosley. She was one of Aurora's first African-American city council members, and I wouldn't be remiss if I did not mention her. She has basically been the staple. She was the first African-American on this council, and to be able to follow her in her footsteps, I think that that's something to be acknowledged in Aurora and also on this city council. So thank you for letting me initiate that Black History moment today.
Thank you. And I would like to mention Dr. Barbara Shannon Bannister, who is one of our appointees on the Civil Service Commission, who founded the Aurora chapter of the NAACP and worked for the city of Aurora for 36 years, ending up in charge of our Community Relations Division. And as an African-American, did so much for our city. Councilmember Gruber.
No report.
Councilmember Hiltz. I'll return to Councilmember Hiltz. Councilmember Gardner.
I'm here.
Okay.
That was really fast. Thank you. I just wanted to address briefly our study session. I know we're going to have another meeting and get more information and have time to answer or have our questions answered, I guess. But, you know, I've refrained from speaking up too much on it just because I chaired the committee that called for this investigation. And I didn't think it appropriate to comment while this investigation was, of course, ongoing. But I am so upset and livid and frustrated. I knew that this investigation was going to come back with the actions of the officers involved not being appropriate. I did not expect to see the major crimes investigation be so shoddy. And I guess I have a couple of questions, and I don't need answers to these tonight, but I just want to put them on the record. I want to know if the people involved in that major crimes investigation are still in that role. And if they are, when they're going to be removed. And I want to know if our city manager is going to hire a third party to evaluate their other investigations. I'm really upset. I knew the actions that day, but to see how deeply this corruption goes is just, I just can't. So those are my two questions.
Councilmember Gardner.
No report.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll start off with the announcement of my town hall, which is this Thursday at 6 p.m. on WebEx. This is a follow-up conversation of some business and nonprofit community members along the Colfax corridor that I convened. So just inviting our business community to attend. We're in the process of following up on some recommendations on short-term, long-term recommendations on how to support and improve the area given many different challenges. So that's the first thing. And then the second one is just, I guess, to offer some thoughts on the Elijah McClain investigation. Many more conversations need to be had. I have a whole laundry list of questions that I have yet to, have answered. And this is just one of many other reports as well. So just offering that context to the community. And if you guys have any specific questions that weren't asked today in public comment or otherwise, please feel free to communicate that so that we can pass that along for the next time. But it just, it was really difficult listening to that. And I put myself in those same shoes. Elijah McClain was killed like 3 minutes from where I live. He was 23 years old when he passed, and I was first elected at that same age. And I just can't help but understand the parallels and the different lived experiences of somebody who is from Aurora, grew up here, and the very different life trajectories that we have had by no fault of his own. And my heart is heavy just to hear and to kind of relive the trauma of listening to these videos. And, nothing that I think we can ever say will really constitute the magnitude of this loss and what the community feels. But it's not lost on me that there are so many parallels and, just different lived experience and the privilege that I have to not have to worry about those things, walking around in the dark with a face mask. I guess I just offer that just to kind of express my thoughts, where my heart aches and, of course, for his family, people who loved Elijah. And, we know how big of a conversation this is. Just within the day, we've gotten close to 600 emails from people all over the country. And as you guys heard, even outside of our country. And these are form emails. I know there's some members of our council that have issue with form emails, that they're all the same, but I see it as a way of engaging and people expressing their solidarity and holding people accountable. So, my inbox is full, but that's okay. And I'm glad that we have people who are continuing to speak up and advocate. And again, it is Black History Month. So when we think about our history, both of the wonderful accomplishments of our Black and African American community, but also the ways in which this community is disparately impacted. So thanks for letting me kind of share my thoughts kind of real time of the Elijah McClain situation.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Murillo, for those thoughts. I'd like to talk for anyone who's listening and wants more information on the independent report released today. You can go to auroragov.org and it is on our homepage. The presentation that was provided this evening from the team it's usually available the following afternoon on auroratv.org for study session. It's really important, I think, to listen to both the presentation, which was very difficult but important, and then also read the report. I do want to mention, obviously, there's lots of different pieces to the many reforms that we have taken and need to take. The independent oversight that the Community Police Task Force has been working on is wrapping that up and will be presented to the City Council in March. And then we also have the 21 CP Solutions that are doing a comprehensive review of APD's practices and policies and procedures that will be presented to the public and council this spring. We don't have an exact date. So lots of information out there. Please go to our website for more, and then let us know, email us. We are going to continue asking questions since we didn't have that opportunity tonight. And we want to hear from you as the public of what we need to ask and be part of this process. Thank you.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you.
Councilmember Berzins.
I had to unmute. And I want to thank Councilmember Lawson for mentioning Edna Mosley. I did not know her, but I know her daughter, and her daughter lives in Ward 3. And if Edna was as nice as her daughter, she was a really fine person. So thank you for mentioning that. And then, Mayor, you mentioned Barbara Shannon Bannister. I have worked with her for years on council, but I've also worked with her for years on the board of Aurora Mental Health. And I can tell you she's a hard worker and she believes in people. And so I'm just happy that I know Edna's daughter and Barbara Shannon Bannister, because they're wonderful folks. Okay, that's what I want to say on that. I do want to remind people in Ward 3 that we do have our March ward meeting virtual, and it's going to be on the second Wednesday, and that will be the 10th, 6:30 to 8. And we do have the group coming to present about the Havana traffic study, and so they'll be here. So look online under Ward 3 to get the link. So you can call in or either join us online for our virtual meeting. The next thing is Dan Brotzman's going to make me go through the procedure to ask you to change one of the dates on our calendar. I think this is like the 4th time I've mentioned this. For the Accelerate Colorado trip, it is still on, hasn't been canceled yet, and it is scheduled to leave Denver on July the 26th. That is Monday. So I will be proposing, and according to legal, I cannot do it tonight. I can only tell you what I'm going to do next meeting. I'm going to propose that our council meeting scheduled for July the 26th be put on July 29th. So we will have study session and council meeting on the same date like we have for years and years and years. So that will be my proposal at our next study session. But it does need a unanimous vote. So if you would please check your calendars between now and study session. Once again, that's moving our council meeting on the 26th to the 19th. So we have both on the same evening. The 19th will have study session and council meeting. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Going to be elected to the Aurora City Council, and her husband, John Mosley, was a member of the storied Tuskegee Airmen. So extraordinary history in the city of Aurora with both of them. Councilmember McConnell. Councilmember.
Sorry, I got double muted again. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so first I want to announce that our next Ward 4 meeting is going to be held on Wednesday, March 10th at 6:30 p.m. We'll be live on a WebEx and Facebook Live. Our guests are going to be City Manager Jim Twombly and Mr. Ralph Charlip, who is the chair of the Veterans Affairs Commission. So Mr. Twombly will be providing a general state of the city update and also taking audience questions. And Mr. Charlip will be giving us an overview of the commission's goals for this year and how we can support our veteran community. So I've gotten most of the way through the investigation today, read the full summary, read the recommendations, and now I'm kind of working my way through the meat of the report. It's heavy. If you are reading this for the first time and not familiar with the transcripts of the video, it's going to be a little hard to read. We have a lot of work to do. I know that a lot of folks want to see us move really quickly, and I share your anger, your frustration with how so much of this has played out. I think we need to reiterate or reaffirm that separation between APD and AFR as outlined in the report. I think that the committee did a great job really detailing how that communication broke down, detailing how certain folks might feel intimidated to, or like it's expected of them to administer medications, just kind of based on how a scene is described to them rather than taking a firsthand look. This is something that's been reaffirmed to me with some discussions I've had with members of AFR. Just so you all know who were following some of the ordinances that we were proposing last year, I'm going to unshelf the ordinance that we put on hold pending the investigation to, again, reaffirm that separation between the police department and Aurora Fire Rescue and address the use of sedatives within the scope and course of law enforcement activity. I know that is a huge concern for our community, and I'm hoping that we can have a real robust discussion at policy committee and at study session on that subject. I'm looking forward to us getting I would prefer, honestly, if when we reschedule with 21CP, that it's a forum that is accessible to the public as well, Mayor. So maybe not a study session, maybe a special meeting. And I would really hope that we can get that done this week while this is fresh on everyone's mind, when there is a lot of interest, so that the public can participate as well. I'm hopeful that my colleagues are open to moving our policy committees and schedules around. I know that's a big ask, but I think this is definitely worthy of the time and attention. So with that, I want to thank everyone who called in earlier. And I'm hoping that we can deliver and get us in the news for positive things in the near future. So thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, we'll have the Ward 5 meeting on March 3rd at 6:30 p.m. and we'll have a presentation on the Havana Corridor Multimodal Study, as well as water coming to talk about conservation measures and drought conditions and what could occur if our drought conditions persist or worsen as far as drought measures that Aurora Water may need to take. Dr. Cog did also meet last week, and at that meeting, I was appointed to the Finance and Budget Committee for Dr. Cog. So I'll be serving on that committee as well as Dr. Cog on behalf of the City of Aurora. The Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority met last week, and we had a conversation about the fire that occurred in Cherry Creek State Park. It does look like there's going to be considerably more monitoring and information needed around potential of chemicals that may have been used in extinguishing the fire and making sure that those aren't getting into the reservoir, as well as discussions about fire breaks around the edges of the park and how we can make sure that landscaping for homes that are on the border of the park is not such that those homes could be at greater risk of fire danger if we were to have another brush fire. And then they do not have major concerns about the burned material leaching into the reservoir because it was a pretty quick fire. And so some of the deeper burn that may have led to that leaching seems to have not occurred. And then Visit Aurora also, or I have an update from Visit Aurora. We did have our board meeting last week. And actually I will be on the performance and engagement committee for Visit Aurora this year. In addition, Visit Aurora will be sending out destination assessment surveys to all Aurora stakeholders tomorrow. And that's to get an idea of how key stakeholders view tourism and attempts to attract tourism to the city. And then the results will be a report card for the health and benchmarking of Aurora as a destination. Visit Aurora will be scheduling a follow-up planning session to share key findings. And if anyone has any questions, they can contact Bruce Dalton directly. And then, of course, finally, today's study session, I was hoping that we would have the opportunity to ask more questions, and I look forward to being able to do that because I have many. But reading it was, as others have said, really difficult and disturbing. The idea that contact was made within 10 seconds, physical contact was made, and that carotid holds were already being administered in less than 2 minutes. And the idea that that is consistent with the policies and training of our department is unacceptable. There's no de-escalation that is possible in that kind of time frame. And so the process that was undertaken by the Major Crimes Unit and by the use of force review indicating that this was acceptable is nothing short of gaslighting the public and the people that expressed concern and stood up to say, this is not okay. And so it's not at all surprising that we had people calling in emotional and angry, because that is how one feels when you realize you've been gaslit, and particularly when you've been gaslit by your government. And so I look forward to being able to ask more questions and to address the deep issues that we clearly have.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to report about the Recreation Center, the Southeast Rec Center groundbreaking took place Thursday afternoon, and that was very exciting. It was a little bit cold outside, but it was a great day to be able to celebrate. So we're looking forward to the opening in 2023. I have a neighborhood watch meeting that is scheduled for February 25th. That's next Thursday from 6 to 8 o'clock. And my guest presenter will be Jennifer Dubrow. She's the neighborhood watch manager. A lot of the communities in my ward had expressed an interest. And so this will just be more of an educational presentation. And just lastly, the report that we received, of course, on the independent investigation, 157 pages, a lot to absorb and a lot to consider in terms of what we heard today in the recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you. There are 60 screen callers and public invited to be heard, and without objection, I would like to have each caller limited to 2 minutes instead of 3 minutes. Are there objections?
Mayor, I object.
Very well. Then each caller will have 3 minutes. Please, staff, proceed with public invited to be heard.
Three minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I am disgusted, let me just say, with this whole charade of forcing the public who has every right to be heard urgently on this issue to wait through your whole agenda. There is nothing more pressing to public safety and that is more of a public interest than this investigation, than this case of Elijah McClain. This was a disgrace. And I know that you would not have gotten away with it if we had been in person. Without the mute button, you would not have gotten away with this. I saw you do this when we came there to speak about Elijah McClain the first time. You threatened to drag us out with police officers because there were too many of us who wanted to speak. Now you have the privilege of muting us. Well, that will not last forever. This is outrageous. The casual tone with which you're holding this meeting is outrageous. This report has been 18 months. It has been 18 months since Elijah was murdered. You get your report back that you commissioned, that you couldn't do anything until you got this report. Now you have it. What it indicates is alarming. It's horrifying. And you're sitting here carrying on with business thinking, oh, we need to have more conversations. Oh, we need to have more investigation. Oh, we need to think about this more. No, we need action. We need these killers off of our streets. We need their power. We need the power of the Aurora Police Department and the city completely checked because they are a danger to us. They have murdered Elijah McClain brutally. They had no right. They had no right in the eyes of the people, and now we know that legally they had no right. We want these officers fired. It has been 18 months. Why is that not the first thing on your agenda? I don't want to hear about rule changes before we talk about that because these officers broke the rules and they have faced no consequences. I want to see Woodyard and Lodima and Cooper and Chichenet fired immediately. And then we want to see them put on trial because there's no doubt that there is a basis for a criminal trial here. What is in this report is horrifying, and it's nothing new. It's nothing that we didn't know already. Anybody who has been watching this knows this, but you needed your report. So here you have it. And what the fuck are we doing in this meeting, having this casual tone, forcing the public to...
Next is Kiara. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I love that you guys feel that the F word is worth censoring, but you have no problem with murder. That just cracks me up. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to give everybody the 3 minutes that we deserve, and to whomever it was that suggested we should only get to, you know what side you're on. You're on the same side as the people who were on that council that wore Blue Lives Matter shirts on a night when we were here to speak about Elijah McClain's murder. Could you be any more disrespectful? This child, this 23-year-old child, he had a life, he had a feeling, he had nerve endings, he had flesh and bones and family, he had promise, he had dreams, and these police officers snuffed it out. They slowly tortured him. They murdered him while he begged for them to stop, while he called them beautiful. And you sit here like the cowards you are, not taking action, not stopping him, not stopping these police officers who murdered him, not taking them out of their roles for the safety of the public, not doing a damn thing but sitting around talking about pedantic things that don't matter in casual tones with your privilege. It's beyond disgusting. As I wash my child here for his bath and I wait for my chance to speak, all I can do is think that this other mother got her child taken, and that this child had no opportunity to finish his life, and that these horrible human beings who are out there supposedly serving and protecting actually stole another life for nothing. He was walking down the road. This report clearly shows there was no reason for them to even have the ability to go up and approach him, let alone detain him, let alone choke him, let alone beat him, let alone give him ketamine, which then caused him to die. I'm so ashamed to have come from Aurora right now. I'm so so ashamed to have grown up in a place that harbors these criminals, protects them, and goes out of their way to try to create questions that would then make them exonerated. This report details how much and our system commingled to make it apparent that these people should be able to get off scot-free, even though they clearly did this with intent. They had multiple opportunities to stop themselves, to stop each other, to put checks on there. Instead, what did? They covered their cameras, they removed their cameras, they reminded each other to move their cameras. We watched the video, we heard it all. Why do you need any more investigation? How much more clear can it be? Time after time, we see the videos of these people being murdered or tortured or detained unlawfully and without reason, with one thing in common every time. Why is it that you cowards can't do anything?
Mayor, point of order. Was a person cut off mid-comment? And is that a process that we've agreed upon? I can't hear you, you're muted.
The limit is 3 minutes.
No, the person before them, after saying a swear word, suddenly their comment was ended. Was that intentional? And is that a process we agreed on?
Staff?
Yes, I spoke with Roger, who is in charge of the call-in line. He said that her call dropped and he did not mute them or take her off.
Please proceed.
Next is Ellie. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, it's just Elle.
Elle.
So I'm gonna repeat things that were already said because apparently you all don't know how to listen. You can't even sit there with your cameras on. And you sit there, no one's paying attention. Mayor, I don't know what you're doing at your desk. But this whole report, after reading this today, I don't know why you needed it. You didn't need it. You have it now. You're not going to do anything about it, apparently. You're just going to pull out pieces of it that, tell you what conversations you need to keep having and what you could sit at your desk and think about doing, but apparently never do, while literal murderers are walking around on the streets in the communities that you are supposed to protect and take care of. And I don't even know how to keep talking about this without shaking and wanting to keep using expletives that apparently we're not allowed to use, because then you'll get cut off and y'all will lie about someone's call being dropped. They'll literally do anything to silence your community, to silence the people. And you made us sit around I've been on the phone for an hour and 35 minutes. I called in at 6:50, and this is absolutely unacceptable. It's murderous. It is anti-democratic. It is everything that you claim not to be. And I don't understand how you sleep at night. I don't know how you live with yourself. So I wish that I could keep speaking for my 3 minutes, but I think I'm done.
Thank you.
Mayor, point of order.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Did we not agree last year that we needed at least 6 of us on camera for this to be considered a quorum?
City Attorney.
That's because some members turned off their cameras right as public invited to be heard began.
City Attorney.
And that is a council decision.
I don't believe that decision was made. Staff.
Mayor, this is Johnston.
Councilmember Johnson.
Hi, I should have emailed the entire council. I let our city clerk and city attorney know. I all day have been having issues with my internet, and the video's been intermittent, but when I do sound, I can hear. So I apologize, and I should have made that announcement. So just wanted to let you all know that. Thanks.
Mayor.
Councilmember Mario.
Helps.
Oh, Councilmember Hills.
I know we keep saying we need to say that. And I just want to say I'm also listening. I'm again off camera because I'm holding an infant. And honestly, based on some of the vicious comments that have been made about me having a child and him on the internet by people, I'm not comfortable having him on camera. And of course, Monday nights without childcare in a pandemic, it is difficult with the sleep routine being disrupted. So I am here. I am listening, but I'm also off camera. Just wanted to share that I am here and listening.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. So we'll proceed with it.
Next is Melissa. You have 3 minutes. Melissa looks like she dropped off. Next is Diva Hari.
I'd like to say I'm here listening also. Thank you.
Diva Hari,
Hey there, can you guys hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Aurora City Council. My name is Diva Hari. I'm a brown woman, a college student, and a public servant. I'm a Colorado citizen and have been for over 20 years. And I'm here to add to the overwhelming number of voices demanding justice from the city of Aurora, the Aurora Police Department, and the Aurora Fire Rescue for Elijah McClain's unlawful treatment and brutal murder. In addition to the Independent Commission's several proposed recommendations for changes in the policies and practices of the Aurora Police Department and Fire Rescue, the report found that police officers did not have a legal basis to force Mr. McClain to stop walking, to frisk him, or to use a chokehold on him. As confirmed in pages 7 and 8 of the report, APD evaded accountability at every step of the way, and their Major Crimes Division, quote, failed to present a neutral, objective version of the facts and seemingly ignored contrary evidence in its report to the District Attorney of Colorado's 17th Judicial District. Thus, I urge the members of the Aurora City Council to take action and push for the termination of police officers Randy Rodema and Nathan Woodyard. Additionally, I urge the members of the council to terminate Aurora Fire Rescue Medic Jeremy Cooper and Aurora Fire Lieutenant Peter Chichenek in their role to wrongfully administer ketamine to Mr. McClain against his will. I urge the council to take these actions not only to rightfully enforce the consequences against these individuals in their unlawful and deadly actions against Mr. McClain, but also to serve as a harsh enough deterrent to any police officer who defied justice, to support the actions of these officers, and who even went so far as to mockingly reenact this crime at Mr. McClain's memorial site in a heartless, inhumane act of gross injustice. It is crucial that the termination of these individuals take place to provide some degree of closure to the family and to provide a sense of accountability to every Coloradan, to people of color like me, and especially to Black Coloradans. Tonight and in the days that follow, all eyes are on you, members of the Aurora City Council, to do what is right. Show us tonight the legal system can't do wrong by its citizens and get away with it. You have heard a lot of unfiltered, unbridled anger today from your constituents, and it is your duty to hear every single word of it. I would like to thank the council once again for listening to my remarks, and I urge you to listen to my fellow citizens here today who advocate for justice and accountability and take proper action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Caroline. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say that I do agree with some other people who have commented that I'm not very satisfied with the way that this meeting was conducted. When you tell the public to call in at 7 p.m., but start taking phone calls from the public at 6:40 and only take a few and then stop for almost an hour and a half again afterwards. But more to the point, I am a Colorado native, and I am very proud to be from here. I come from a long line of Colorado natives. But Elijah's murder truly is a disgrace to our state. I want to clarify for the council and the panel reviewers that Elijah's death was not a quote-unquote incident, but it was a murder. Like many others, I'm calling to demand accountability and justice for Elijah and his family. As much as the city commends the steps the police have taken since his death, they need to address the blatant and rampant racism throughout our entire system of policing, first response, and government, because no matter what steps they take, such as
banning the carotid hold or not using ketamine, the racism, supremacy, and lack of accountability is what will continue to kill our citizens. This is a systemic issue that needs to be addressed. I, and as witnessed tonight and many other nights since his death, many others across the entire world demand that the officers and others involved in his murder be fired and charged, and that you all hold yourselves accountable to the changes that need to be made so that our minority brothers and sisters stop being murdered by the system that should be there to protect them. Why was he stopped in the first place? Why did they continue to use excessive force when he begged for his life? He was a 140-pound man, and it was clear that there was a lack of critical thinking and a more sinister motive, as video evidence showed that he was not fighting back. How will that change going forward, and what do you all plan to do to change the systemic racism that continues to happen? Because that is truly, truly what needs to change. This is a much deeper issue than don't use that specific hold or that specific drug. Why are these people being stopped in the first place? Why are they being targeted by our system? That needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carrick. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that name, I'm sure.
No, you got it right. Thank you. I want you to truly try to digest these words with me. I can't breathe. I have my ID right here. My name is Elijah McClain. That's my house. I was just going home. I'm an introvert. I'm just different. That's all. I'm so sorry. I have no gun. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any fighting. Why are you attacking me? I don't even kill flies. I don't eat meat, but I don't judge people. I don't judge people who do eat meat. Forgive me. All I was trying to do was become better. I will do it. I will do anything. Sacrifice my identity. I'll do it. You all are phenomenal. You are beautiful, and I love you. Try to forgive me. I'm a mood Gemini. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ow, that really hurt. You are all very strong. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. I just can't breathe correctly. Those were Elijah McClain's last words before his life was taken from him by Aurora PD and Fire Rescue. I'd like you to ask yourself, if this was your child, would you still accept allowing these cops and paramedics on the street? This young, beautiful soul was murdered while simply walking home, dancing along the way. Imagine knowing those were your child's last words before getting killed. Imagine knowing you could run into your child's murderers at any point, still in uniform. Tell me how you feel. How desperately would you fight to get their killers fired and tried? Well, councilmen and women, you have the power to push for justice. This has been covered up for far too long, but you have the ability to use your influence to bring justice to this murder. People get fired every day for things like being late, time theft, not meeting goals. But these cops and paramedics don't get fired for the literal murder of an innocent human being. Quite frankly, if you personally can't push to fire these killer cops and paramedics, you have blood on your hands, and you're the ones who have to live with not doing everything you can to hold these murderers accountable. Don't be complacent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next is Pamela. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So I want to start off by saying that the way that this council is being conducted is straight BS. We were told to call in at 7. It's 8:40. I just got done working a 12-hour shift as a nurse, and I've been on hold now for almost 2 hours. I think it was deliberate to get people to hang up, to get people to silence their voice. I also would like to ask for other council members to turn on their cameras. Is that possible? Dave Gruber. Hello? Okay, well, I'll
we can hear
continue.
Yeah, well, I was asking for other council members to turn on their cameras and to give us respect. Again, I've been on hold for a very long time. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. But to get to what I was calling about, the fact that I even have to call and ask for Elijah McClain to have some type of justice for these cops and for the EMT to be fired, it's disgusting. I literally have no words. I'm so angry, so hurt for his mom, so hurt for his family, for the community that has to continue to beg you guys to do the right thing, while a movie shooter, the movie shooter, I'm not going to even say his name, was brought in by cops, no harm done to him, no scratches, no nothing. Elijah McClain was killed for walking black. He was killed for walking black, for being black. He was a 140-pound young man, like literally the size of me. There's no way that they had to use the force that they did. There's no way that they could have mistakenly thought he was 190 pounds. Like, this is people that take license, people that are supposed to do no harm. This was intentionally done. They murdered him. Please listen, Mayor Kaufman, okay, because I'm talking to you guys, and this is real life. Think if this was your family member, this was your son. If you guys choose to ignore and not take accountability for this report, there will be outrage. We will not be silent. It's been 18 months.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes are up.
Months.
Thank you.
All I can say is do the right thing, because we will not go away.
Our next speaker is Nicholas. Nicholas, you'll have 3 minutes. Our system is about to do an automatic reset at 4 hours. So if you hear music start to play, just wait. It will resolve itself, and we'll give you your full 3 minutes. You're live. Go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can.
So it comes as no surprise to me that you attempt to silence public outcry by pushing our comments to the end of a drawn-out, bureaucratic, time-wasting meeting. You all sit there and you make jokes about budgeting for dinner in a hotel while a mother grieves her son. A year and a half later, and she still has not received justice. All of us knew back in 2019 that Elijah was murdered by your police. You knew this fact as well. Your intentional cover-up is documented, as is the actions of the police who killed him. Until you prosecute Elijah's killers, and I will name Officers Woodyard, Rosenblatt, Rodema, Paramedic Cooper, and Lieutenant Chichenik, you remain as guilty as these killers. The blood of an innocent child is on their hands and yours as well. We demand prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. We no longer will sit idly while cops get away with murder in every county of this country. I would also like to call out the council members who have chosen to take themselves off camera, and as well as those who originally wore blue flag shirts during the first hearing. This must not be important enough for you. Surely the budgeting of this 2-hour meeting was more important than for you to listen to your constituents. The only people that you have chosen to arrest during this crisis have been those who exercise their constitutional and human right to protest this act of evil. If you have forgotten who you serve, allow me to remind you. We the people fund your paychecks, and we fund the budget for the murderous police force. And we the people will no longer sit silent. Do your jobs.
Thank you. Next is Lex. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. So I want to echo some of the anger, frustration. That are lost. You cannot replace a human life, and it grieves me so much that we cannot replace this person's life that has been stolen by the Aurora Police Force and paramedics. First of all, I echo others that have called for you to fire and prosecute officers and medics involved. That is a very basic first step to making sure that we achieve justice. And I am just 2 years, it's almost been. Maybe more than that. I don't know. Time is a flat circle. But like, you need to do more and more quickly. This is an emergency situation. You're not treating it that way. Also, do not let them suck taxpayers dry as they retire or go on administrative leave. They need to be straight out fired. No more taxpayer money for murderers who need to be on criminal trial. Do not give the officers and medics good recommendations to get jobs at other departments. It's a very common thing that police, after just going through and murdering people or doing other acts of crime, will just go to another place to get a job. We need to stop that here, and that kind of ties into the larger term policies that I think we need to enact after this, one of which is stop accepting police officers with disciplinary records from other cities and states, especially with criminal things on their record. We can't continue to allow that, or you're just going to have the influx of the same bad apples that make the entire batch go bad. You need to investigate the entire department for racism and police brutality and purge all of those people out of the system. They cannot serve the public and protect the public if they are killing the public. I think that is very basic. All of the body cameras being conveniently dislodged or off during this, and such a large amount of people that were involved in that call, just to say there's a larger problem with that department that needs to be addressed before anything gets. It is, by the way, commonly known that body cameras being dislodged or off is a tactic that police teach among themselves to avoid accountability to the people that they need to be accountable to, which ties in the next point that I have, which is that you need to create an independent police oversight committee to investigate complaints brought against the police. It's complete idiocy that they're allowed to investigate themselves, and that practice needs to end. There needs to be a clearly defined workflow for transition of plan of care from police to medical. Medics need to be able to make an independent investigation that is not tinted and skewed by what the police are saying. Not that you won't always get accurate information, but there are cases where clearly this is one of them where the information is manipulated when it's brought to
your 3 minutes or
care should not be wrap up. Okay, thank you. Most of all, just silence is complicity. Do not be complicit in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Meg. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. I am, just as others had done today, here to talk about Elijah McClain and the inability to take action in regards to this. It was very upsetting to me tonight, but I am speaking to Aurora's inability to provide justice in the murder of Elijah McClain. I didn't know him personally, but Elijah McClain was a colleague. He was a fellow massage therapist. He's part of my community, and he's part of our massage community. Elijah McClain's mother was quoted today. "I'm happy Elijah is no longer labeled a suspect, that he is labeled a victim." A year and a half later, he can only now say that, but that is not justice. Tonight, Aurora's mayor, Mike Kaufman, said that Elijah's death was horrific and remains a wound in Aurora. He also said we cannot move forward as a city unless we understand the problems we have. I would say to the mayor, you cannot move forward even after understanding the problems, which we know are systemic, but you cannot move forward until there is justice for Elijah. we can't bring him back after being brutally murdered at the hands and watchful eyes of Aurora's officers, paramedics, and fire. We can't take back the failures of the Major Crime Unit's report or the district attorney's failures. But you can find ways to bring those involved to their own justice. Fire, Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Kitcheniak. I'm sorry, I'm not doing well with my words. Murder charges are necessary also from the State Attorney General Phil Weiser's investigation. Tonight, I understand there was more on the agenda than this. But with this investigative report just dropping, I expected a more somber tone from all tonight. Every giggle and lighthearted laugh tonight from some of the council members when speaking on other subjects seems cold and seems heartless. I would ask the council members
Ma'am, your 3 minutes
to hold
are up.
some space. I would ask the council members to hold some space for the seriousness of this. I ask you to keep this in mind moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melanie. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Melanie Stacy. I am a member of the Aurora community. I grew up here. I am an educator here. I used to work at the Boys and Girls Club where Elijah McClain was a member as well. First off, officers Woodyard, Rodema, and Rosenblatt, as well as the paramedics Cooper and Shachunik, need to be fired and prosecuted. It's absurd that the only people to receive charges are the peaceful protesters, without whom we wouldn't have this report today. I went out to emphasize the details of this report released today. The caller said they believed there was no weapon or danger. The police said the same, yet escalated to frisking him in under 10 seconds with no reasonable or objective cause. They escalated to forcing him on the ground because he was, quote, tense in less than a minute. 3 men against one 140-pound, 5'6" young man. I'm tired of young men and children, young Black men and children expected to have more stress management skills than those charged to serve and protect. They lied, saying he was struggling violently, the 140-pound, 5'6" boy against 3 police officers. Body cam footage and audio show he was apologizing, begging for his life, explaining to them, struggling to breathe and vomiting. Paramedics stood by during this, and they gave him ketamine after he was already unconscious for a minute. There was no internal investigation. This was a cover-up. Rosenblatt took a selfie mocking this young man's death, showing absolutely no remorse. They are guilty of murder, and at the very least, they should not have their livelihood funded with our tax dollars. This is a systematic issue. Enforcing body cams is not enough. They turn them off. They lie. Requiring different uses of force does not work. We need to defund. We need to reallocate resources to people better equipped to handle these situations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Dana. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm here like many others to discuss the disgusting things that have gone on in Aurora, Colorado. And it's hard to even talk about because it's so upsetting. The fact that this has gone on for 18 months is way too long, and we need to immediately fire Woodyard, Rodema, Rosenblatt, Cooper, and Shachunik right now. There is absolutely no reason that they should not have already been fired. After that, we need to prosecute them immediately. And it needs to come from Attorney General Phil Weiser's ASAP. There's absolutely no excuses. This has gone on long enough. And then we need to address Gruber, Bergen, and Berzins, the council members who wore Blue Lives Matter shirts last year, and all others that have turned off their camera tonight and refused to listen to their constituents. We see you, we notice who's listening and who's not. To continue, we need to address the systemic issues that have led to this outcome. We need to stop accepting police officers from other cities and states with criminal records. Body cameras are not enough. We need to launch independent investigations into police brutality and racism within this system. And we need to absolutely defund the police and reallocate budgets to people who are more prepared to handle situations like mental health crises, for example. Additionally, we need to look into and arrest people who are calling in, making baseless claims based on racism that led to Elijah McClain's death. He was not the first. He will not be the last. I need you to step up now and make change. We are watching you and we will not be silenced. I promise you that. There will be change, whether it's from you or from the people. And lastly, we also need to free and drop all charges to the peaceful protesters who are fighting for Elijah's justice and for all Black lives. Putting them behind bars is absolutely disgraceful and disgusting and shows your true colors. I'm not going to thank you because there is no thanks. You're sitting on this right now when you should be taking action. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Jen. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jen. I'm from Denver PSL, and I also have my nephew here.
Hi, I'm Joshua, and I'm 8 years old, and I live in Aurora, Colorado. We want justice for Elijah McClain and fire and jail those killer cops now. APD killed Elijah McClain and keep them off my street.
I also want to say we want Woodyard, Rodema, Rosenblatt, Cooper, and Tuchek all fired, prosecuted. I've been a constituent of Aurora for many years. As a person that is Black, you know that if you live in Aurora, you will get harassed by APD. That is not anything that is hidden. Everyone knows that. Elijah McClain did not have to die. The cops who killed him should be prosecuted, nothing less. Why? Because they killed someone. Everyone in Aurora also knows that APD is the biggest gang that we have out here. They're going to stick up for each other. Council people are going to wear their Blue Lives Matter and be happy about that and throw it in our face. But you know what? It is up to us, the people, the constituents, the taxpayers of this city, to bring justice to Elijah McClain and to stop having this brushed under the rug. Because now we see this report. Now you brought it to our eyes. Now is the time to act upon it, and we will not stop. The only thing Aurora is done for us is kill our brothers and sisters, kill people who are undocumented, kill people like Elijah McClain, kill the oppressed people. You do nothing for us but harass us and do nothing at all. Roll your eyes, mock us on these interviews. We're tired of it. And when you get tired, you keep banging at the door until our voices are heard. And you know what? We're going to keep going until Elijah McClain gets his justice and until these killer cops are off our streets, not harassing our kids of color, not making our kids scared anymore, not making our kids scared that we're going to get killed and pulled over by Aurora police and we don't know if we're going to make it home or not. You know what? This is the last straw for us as constituents of Aurora. We're going to keep fighting for our brother Elijah, and we're going to keep doing it until y'all hear us, because we are the people. We demand this, and we will get what we demand.
Thank you. Next is Justin. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can't believe how many people tonight have offered you all thoughtful solutions, while most of what I heard you guys do is sit and joke and laugh and go on with business as usual. Thank you to the few of you who did address it directly and who took it seriously and offered your own condolences to his family. It's It's unconscionable that it's even a question what to do with the officers involved. That's even a question, that they should be de-uniformed and off the street at a minimum immediately. It's so disturbing. And some of you sat and laughed tonight and joked and talked about upcoming projects and the most meaningless, trivial. It's cold, it's ruthless, it's brutal. Like, I don't understand how you can sit there with your cameras off.
All right, thank you. Next is Hannah. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Disagree with the way the city council.
Hannah, I'm
Hello?
sorry, the system froze, so why don't you start over? You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Hannah. I wanted to start by saying I disagree with the way the city council meeting has been held. Why do you push public comment to the end of the meeting? How would you feel if the public comment of the murder of your child was pushed to the end of a meeting? I'm a professional engineer, and the purchase of Gravel Lake water storage facility adjacent to the South Platte River near Brighton can wait. As a professional engineer who designs facilities such as this, the storage facility can wait. Public comment matters more than any city project heading your way. I shouldn't be terrified of the police, but stories like Elijah McClain's chill my bones to the core and make me downright terrified of the police. Therefore, I'm calling in support of firing Nathan, Randy, Jason, Jeremy, and Peter. As stated by so many people before me, we didn't need a long investigation to tell us what we already knew. The Aurora police did not have a legal basis to stop, frisk, or choke an innocent young 23-year-old. He had his whole life ahead of him. So what can we do now? Put firm action behind the investigation. No more impunity. We are better than this. You are better than this. Your children deserve a better future than what we have right now. We need trusted partners in the police department. I have family who are police officers, and we will not have trusted partners in the police department if Nathan, Randy, Jason, Jeremy, and Peter keep their jobs. Every single officer and paramedic need to be held accountable by being fired, charged for murder, and convicted for murder. We need trusted partners in this police department. Now, take action accordingly. Your community needs this. Your children need this. I need this. And most importantly, Elijah McClain needs this. I know, you know, he was an innocent human being walking peacefully in the streets. Just look at his smile and his pictures. Think of his infinite joy. He was a happy person. These officers murdered your children in the street the way Elijah McClain was murdered. Imagine if your child's joy was stripped away from them. Can you imagine never seeing your child joyful again? I'm sure you'd be absolutely devastated. I would be, and I don't even have kids yet. Like, I would be so sad if my cat was killed. Just trying to put it into perspective. But please take action as if your kid was murdered by Nathan, Randy, Jason, Jeremy, and Peter. Take action as if when you leave this meeting tonight, you won't be seeing your child afterwards because Nathan, Randy, Jason, Jeremy, and Peter murdered your children.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, one last sentence. That's what happened to Elijah's mom. Please act accordingly. Make this case a priority as if it was your child who was murdered while walking peacefully in the streets.
Okay, thank you. Next is Alyssa. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Elisa. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Lisa. Yep, go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to echo the things that other people said about how this meeting has been held. I've been sitting on the phone for almost 2 hours to talk about this, and the words that came before me really resonated with me. But beyond that, what resonated with me really strongly were the council members that declined to speak on this issue. Your silence speaks so loud and clear. I don't know what we as human beings can do to elicit empathy from you for the fact that this beautiful young person was murdered at the hands of the people that are supposed to be protecting us and taking care of us. It's unbelievable that we're even having a conversation about action right now. These things have been so well documented and so well described. When will it be enough? What will be the straw that breaks your back to take care of the community that is paying your salary? I feel like the expectation for people to come with reasonable thoughts and for the person that came offering such thoughtful solutions, thank you. It's more than I heard this entire meeting. I don't know how many reports it's going to take for you to read what's already been said. These people murdered him. They deserve to be prosecuted for what they did. They deserve to not have our money going to pay their salaries. It's enough. I don't know when things are going to change. You wore Blue Lives Matter shirts to protest what? He was murdered. Nothing was happening to the police officers. They're protected by you. You should be protecting the people that have elected you, the people that are paying for your salary. It's unbelievable, and these things will continue to happen. We will continue to have things to talk to you about until you do something to change this. So do the right thing and step up for these people. We deserve to be protected, not you, not the police. Thank you. Actually, not thank you, but I'm done speaking.
All right, thank you. Josh is next. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello. So we all understand the situation at this point. I would like to yield my time in equal proportion to each council member and Mayor Kaufman so that they can say yes or no, whether or not they're willing to and able to commit at this time to taking action to firing these 5 people, Nathan, Randy, Jason, Jeremy, and Peter.
Mayor.
We're not responding. Please continue.
I would like to let the silence stand for the rest of my time.
Please proceed.
Right, next up is Joel. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So I read the report, and it's a shame that the bar is so low in this country with regard to Black lives, but I'm actually surprised at its conclusions. But the truth is, this report only confirms what the entire community in Aurora and Denver already knew, which was that the officers involved in the murder of Elijah McClain were absolutely in the wrong from the first few seconds of the encounter with him, that there was absolutely no legal basis whatsoever to stop and frisk him, that the paramedics were in the wrong for not even examining Elijah before injecting him with enough ketamine to sedate a horse, that the initial investigators intentionally crafted questions that were designed to exonerate Woodyard, Rodima, and Rosenblatt, that this was nothing but cold-blooded murder, and that senior officials in the city government were involved in the cover-up. Now, I'm not thanking anyone who spent the last 18 months gaslighting an entire community only to come around and say, oh, well, looks like you were right, even though we saw with our own eyes what happened on video. Now, some of y'all might be desensitized to publicized lynchings of Black people, given the history of this country. Bergen, Gruber, and Berzins, I'm looking at you. But we are not. We saw what happened, and we are done with conversations. We are done with platitudes. We are done with privilege checking and empty overtures on Black History Month. We are done with foot dragging and passing the buck. We are done being given the runaround. The absolute bare minimum is that Woodyard, Wodema, Cooper, and Checheniuk be fired yesterday. The bare minimum. Now, a common refrain I hear from a lot of people, especially my Black brothers and sisters in the street, is, oh, they'll never charge these officers because they don't care about us. They, of course, referring to politicians, city officials, and the whole power structure in Aurora. And I actually disagree. I think you do care. I just think you care in the negative. I think you're very concerned with how people think and feel because you care about keeping us contained and subdued at all costs, because you don't actually view us as people, you view us as subjects. To you, charging these officers would send a message to people that you stomp on every day that we actually do have collective power. And if the peasants get that idea, who knows what will happen next? Maybe they'll start making other demands, like the backwards, anti-homeless, bigoted mayor step down. Who knows? Who knows? But that puts you in sort of a strategic bind, because you know that if you continue to take positions against the will of the people, then that gives them the basis to be even more active and more vocal, especially since there is no evidence of a mythical culture change in the APD, and they continue to hold a reputation for being a bunch of sadistic sociopaths that are bound to brutalize someone else in the near future. So with all that in mind, I want to encourage y'all to do the right thing by the people. We don't need any more commissions. We don't need any more committees. We don't need any more oversight discussions. Woodyard, Wodema, Rosenblatt, Cooper, Checheniuk. Fire the ones that have not been fired already and charge them all with murder of Elijah McClain.
Thank you. Next is Laura. Laura, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laura Hawkins, and after waiting almost 2 hours now to speak, I have to say this is really embarrassing. For the city of Aurora, you have had your cameras off and your constituents couldn't see all of your faces. It's really disgraceful, and frankly, I'm convinced that you're not even listening and your computers aren't even on mute. So you would assume that if you're a public servant, you would be more visible to the public. However, I'm calling in about the murder of Elijah McClain. After an independent report made it clear that APD officers Woodyard, Rosenblatt, and Wodema did not have legal basis to stop, frisk, or choke Elijah McClain, I'm demanding for the immediate termination and prosecution, as well as the 2 paramedics that failed to administer care to Elijah or even examine him before injecting him with a massive dose of ketamine. I demand their immediate termination as well. An innocent life was lost and justice must be served. These people deserve to be fired now. I would like to use some of my time as a moment of silence for Elijah. We will not go away. We will not be silent. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Rivera. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Catherine Rivera. I'm an active duty military member having served around the world. Fire Nathan Woodyard, Randy Wodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Kuchinek now. The searing independent report released today makes it absolutely clear that APD officers Woodyard, Rosenblatt, and Wodema did not have the legal basis to stop, frisk, or choke Elijah McClain. We demand their immediate termination and prosecution. Aurora Fire paramedic Cooper and Lieutenant Kuchinek failed to administer care to Elijah or even examine him before injecting him with a massive dose of ketamine. We demand their immediate termination as well. This report also makes it clear that the Aurora Police Department, the Aurora Fire Department, District Attorney Dave Young, and City of Aurora all conducted the follow-up not in the manner of a true investigation, but in a deliberate cover-up shielding the killers. We highly recommend everyone read the report. No more impunity. This report removes every excuse for continuing to employ these killers. Fire them now. We continue to demand murder charges from State Attorney General Phil Weiser's investigation. There is no doubt that the grounds exist to bring these folks to trial. No more excuses. No more excuses. Fire Woodyard, Rodema, Rosenblatt, Cooper, and Kuchinek now. I'm finished speaking.
Thank you. Next is Emily. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Could everybody unmute? Could council members mute their mic?
Kim. Yeah, it's Kim. I can on the chat.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. We'll start your 3 minutes now. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling in from Buffalo, New York. I read about this case this summer, and this is, I come from a conservative town, and so I specifically wanted to speak to Gruber, Berzin, and Bergman. I don't know if you conservatives, you're trying to hold a party line, you're trying to please your constituents. A mother lost her fucking son, and you wore T-shirts supporting the police. Why? For what? Who does that? What kind of people do that? I understand as city council people, you don't have all the power in the world, but you've done harm. You've actively done harm to people, and you were disrespectful in this meeting. And I do, at least, who spoke on this is the council members who are people of color, who are women, and then you sit in silence and smirk or be on your phone. How do you live with yourself? Elijah McClain was murdered in the street in your town because you failed to protect a citizen of yours. You don't fucking care. Why? Why don't you care? Why don't you care? Because it's white supremacy at its root. And if you're not willing to do the work to change your town, which you're not, you want to uphold that. And I guess I want to speak to the council members who do care about the loss of this incredible person's life. I hope you do something to change and to outweigh these voices of fucking racists. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ashley. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello. I do want to thank my fellow callers because I think you all have, offered such in-depth perspectives that unfortunately most of the council members have clearly not been willing to consider. I'm hoping against hope that somehow this report makes you actually realize what is happening. I know it can't all just be ignorance because, as people mentioned, wearing Blue Lives Matter shirts directly after this incident when, as people mentioned, this was a murder. That's not an exaggeration or anything. That is actually what happened. And even before this report, it is so clear that that is what occurred. And also, it is not just a one-time event. This is not a one-time tragedy that we can say, oh my gosh, I can't believe it happened. This could never happen again in our town. No, it does all the time, and it definitely will again, especially if there are no consequences. That is how white supremacy is being upheld in this country. If things like this happen, there are no consequences, and then people become more and more emboldened to just execute innocent people. So like everyone else, I want the following people to be fired and prosecuted: Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, Peter Kachunik. That is the very least of what needs to happen. And, as previous callers have said, they have offered so many thoughtful solutions and ways forward, and to at the very least hear that this is a priority for y'all, to see that any
it takes any kind of priority in your mind would be the very first step. But there's, at the very least, saying what you intend to do and that you intend to bring about some kind of justice to prevent this from happening again and to actually protect the people that you are being paid by and are being told and sworn to serve would be the very first step and a minimum. I'm done.
All right, thank you. Next is Jeremy. Jeremy, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So hi there. My name's Jeremy. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm from Denver. I just want to say I sincerely doubt y'all would have had the guts to do with what you just did with public comment if we had been in person, and I don't think the people would have let you. But, you know, I went ahead and stayed on until the very end, like you apparently decided we had to at some point randomly. So, hey, this new investigation tells us, you know, what we, the people, already knew. And you know, by the way, some people have thanked you for this report, this investigation, but I know that this was the direct result of our historic mobilization this past summer and the McClain family's heroic persistence in the face of this oppression. But anyway, back to the report. The cops and the EMTs not only acted racistly, inhumanely, all these things we've come to expect of them, but also clearly and importantly violated department policy. Stunningly, the cops also had the advantage of a softball interview conducted by their fellow officers. And this is according to the facts of your own investigation. And, you know, this is like an episode of The Wire, but like 20 times worse. They're getting coached on just the right things to say at just the right moment to get off the hook. I really want to know, do you think that same treatment was afforded to the anti-racist protesters that were arrested this summer? Do you think they got someone to coach them through, or do you think they were thrown in jail for over a week and left there to rot and are now facing decades in prison? I wonder what the difference is when they're getting police interviews. And, you know, at this point, I have a long list of people who I've been telling you all for a while should be charged. Add the cops who did those interviews to that list, because this is corruption. They should not allowed to be served on this force as well. And, you know, I haven't had the chance to hear everyone else's call in at the very beginning, but it sounds like you all are trying to claim that you don't have, you know, the authority to fire folks. And if you don't, like, who does? That's the crazy thing. You're like the authority in Aurora, the city of Aurora. You have power. And if you're telling me that if another city employee went off and, I don't know, negligently murdered someone, not even negligently, aggressively murdered someone, you couldn't find a way to get them fired? You couldn't figure out, you know, who their boss is, call their supervisor, put in a word? You know, it's impossible. You can't do that. I just don't understand. Then maybe we should all get jobs in Aurora City government, because no one can be fired apparently. And you know, furthermore, you could also give the Elijah McClain family, you could give them money. They have been fighting for any form of justice for so long, and you all have called his son a suspect for so long to deny him any kind of remuneration, any kind of financial, I don't want to say benefit because their child died, but you have fought them on it. This is crazy. You all are, you know what? You could pass a resolution saying, you know what? Hey, AG Weiser, we actually want to see this charged. We, the people of Aurora, we, the city of Aurora, would like to see these cops charged. Pass that resolution tonight if you want. I know my time might be coming out, so I'd also ask anyone who thinks that they might be, you know, friendly to the people calling in, please do an official roll call. Just your time is resolution to have a roll call in the middle of this meeting. I'm not going to stop talking because y'all made me wait, so I'm going to make you wait. So you can either cut me off or let me keep talking. But listen, do an official roll call because we do.
All right, next is Taylor. Taylor, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I guess I'll pick up where he left off and ask for that official roll call. If we could do that right now.
Councilmember Hiltz is here.
Marcano's here.
Coombs here.
Bergen's here.
Lawson is here.
Johnston's here.
There'll be no further back and forth. Mayor's here.
Wilder's here.
Person's here.
Wilder's here. Gardner is here.
Okay, great.
My name is Taylor Gardner, and I feel completely embarrassed to be a namesake associated. But as everyone has covered tonight, we all, as grown adults, should understand the weight, and there is no space to feign ignorance anymore. We all know what needs to happen, and if you are not willing to take those actions, then expect this to continue. Expect people to continue to show up for a human being who in no way deserves the treatment that was brought against him by people who are supposed to be trained continuously to know better in every form and facet. Nothing that happened on that night was acceptable. And if you are not willing to take the actions that are so blatantly, obviously necessary, then I don't know what else to say. I will ask to keep the remainder of my time as a moment of silence and reflection for all of the members of this council to consider what I know you know what you need to do. There's no way you can't know. So please just take a moment to reflect on why you haven't.
All right, thank you. Janice is next. Janice, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor and City Council members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Speaking tonight on behalf of Elijah McClain, because Elijah McClain is no longer here to speak for himself. Elijah did speak and plead for his life the night he was murdered, and nobody listened. Nobody listened. He vomited from being choked, and an officer threatened to stick his dogs on him. As a citizen, I demand the immediate termination and prosecution of all Aurora officers involved because they had no legal basis to stop, frisk, or choke Elijah McClain. No moving to other departments or administrative leave. They also had no basis for turning off their body cams. Colorado is an at-will. In Colorado, we have at-will employment. Many of us that have spoken tonight or are on this call could be fired for not showing up at work for no reason at all, because our company was bought by our new owner. There's absolutely no reason for anybody involved to not be fired at this point. I also demand the immediate termination and punishment of Aurora Fire Paramedics Cooper and Lieutenant Bennett, who failed to administer care to Elijah McClain or even examine him before injecting him with a massive dose of ketamine. I'm demanding removal of the people involved in the major crimes investigation of these events and this murder. The independent report made public today removes every excuse for these actions. No more excuses. Fire and hold them accountable now. I'm also pleading for the immediate action, not conversation, but action and change and training. But this never happens again. I would add to that many of us are different, but also good people. We deserve the service and protection from our officers and paramedics. Elijah did not receive that the night he was murdered. We're done talking, and we demand action.
Thank you. Maria is next. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I'm a Colorado resident. I'm also a white woman, and I too walk at night to the store, and to get exercise, I dance with music in my headphones. I too get very cold and wear layers of warmth and hats and, bundle up. In this country, I would never think that would be suspicious and result in police killing me. For Elijah, all it took was his skin color, being black. He committed no crime. In America, being in color, he would get murdered by our Aurora police. You have the opportunity to hold these murders accountable and protect Aurora residents. There needs to be accountability for the people that call in to the police as racist claims that result in police murders. This is a 23-year-old young man who played his violin for unadopted kittens. Peaceful protesters were arrested at the time where the violinists were just playing in an open area just to remember his life. I would like to know when you will fire and charge the following people involved in the murder of Elijah McClain: Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Kuchinek. From the verified report, Aurora Police violated their authority. Officers never told him that he was suspected of a crime. No evidence of a pat-down that led to a takedown. Failed to ask basic critical justification of use of force, and the improper use of ketamine. Thank you to those of the city council members that have spoken up about Elijah tonight. It is embarrassing to see the members that don't even have their cameras on tonight. It is your job to listen to the people that have elected you, and the least you can do is turn your cameras on. As the city council, if you do not pursue justice and the charges of the police officers and medics, you will have outrage from the community contributing to his death. You have an opportunity to do the right thing. We can't move forward until these 5 people are charged and held accountable. And I would like to thank the one caller in that did ask the mayor and all of the city council members to speak upon charges and left that moment of silence, because I think that is very remarkable and should be remembered in history. And I think going forward, it's what you all do as city council members to bring justice to Elijah McClain and his family. That's all.
Thank you. Jared is next. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I want to thank those council members that decided to speak up and voice their opinion and their thoughts on how Elijah was murdered by local law enforcement. I know I may be repeating many points that have been made ahead of me, but that doesn't mean it should be ignored. Elijah McClain was murdered by Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Kuchinek. These officers and paramedics took an oath to protect and serve the community of Aurora. After the results of the investigation, it is clear that they are not capable of doing so and need to be convicted. Accountability has been talked about a lot, but I would like to focus on character. Character is often talked about as how you face adversity, but the character that really matters is how you act when no one is looking. Council members, this applies to you as well. You took an oath to be a public servant, and the public is demanding justice for the murder of Elijah McClain. Aurora is unsafe and unjust until those that took this young man's life are fired and blocked from getting a job in that field. This is not difficult to pursue since it is done in other job positions in different states and different countries. Moving forward, we require that APD to enforce disciplinary action when officers do not have body cams on or when a report is filed against an officer for excessive force. The City of Aurora has lost the public's trust, and they need to make an effort to bring that trust back. Blue lives are not a race. They chose their job, and they need to be accountable. Or at least my time.
Thank you. Justin is next. Go right ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I just want to say, first of all, thank you to everyone who's waited on the line to speak their mind about this. I am a resident of Colorado for 17 years, and I've been waiting on the phone for over 2 hours. And I just want to say, I can't believe that we're even still having this conversation. It is so absurd that all these people are waiting on the line to call in and talk about this case. I have not read the new report that came out, and I don't need to read the new report that came out because I knew from the very first evidence that ever came out of video content of these police officers murdering Elijah McClain that it was a murder. It was obviously a fucking murder. They murdered him on camera, and it seemed like they were, I mean, these cops think that they're on an episode of TV or something. They're just murdering people like some sort of action movie. Well, what if it was one of your kids that was murdered? How would you feel? What if one of you got murdered by cops? Is this acceptable? Is this the message that Aurora Police wants to send to their city and to the world? Not like it's the first time. People have been murdered by cops ever since I was a little kid. My whole life I've been seeing this. But what is Aurora going to do about it? Is Aurora going to stand there and just say, yeah, sure, our police department murders people? Or are you going to turn it around and maybe show people what the future could look like, how you could change things? What is Aurora going to do about this? How can Aurora do it better? Or what does it take to be a police officer? Is there some sort of screening process? Because obviously these people in the police office are mentally ill and they need help. They shouldn't even be there. These people shouldn't be allowed to have this job. What if Elijah McClain would have murdered one of those cops? Then what would have happened? I think it's pretty obvious what needs to happen. Y'all need to take action, and these officers who murdered Elijah McClain need to be fired, and they need to be in jail. They need to be persecuted. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Anna. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Hi there. So my name is Anna, and like my fellow callers, I'm here to voice my concern about the fact that the police officers and EMTs who participated in the murder of Elijah McClain are still employed and on the streets of Aurora. These things have already been said, but they need to be said over and over and over again until we get justice for Elijah. The fact remains that that young man would still be alive today had he not been approached and attacked unjustly by these officers. Continuing to employ these killers and to allow them to patrol the streets with weapons is an act of violence against the community you are supposed to be serving. It is an act of violence against us. The only acceptable action is immediate termination, followed by murder charges. The independent investigation brought up a lot of things that we already knew to be true, and now action must be taken for all involved and for all of those who failed to act and appropriately investigate what happened that night. We don't need thoughts and feelings and I'm sorry's and I feel terrible and I'm disgusted. We don't need that anymore. We don't need more discussion. We don't need more time to talk it over. We need action. Time's up, y'all. Like, you've had plenty of time. I'll keep it brief because you all know by this point what needs to be done.
You've seen over and over and over again the truth of what happened, and you either choose to ignore it or you just don't care, or you're so wrapped up in this Blue Lives Matter stuff that you essentially, disregard and disrespect and continue to support attacks against the people in your community who you are supposed to protect and serve. And at this point, the term protect and serve is just a joke. I can't even hardly bring myself to say it. But anyway, I just wanted to show up and show my support and demand justice for Elijah McClain. We will never stop demanding justice for him, ever. We want murder charges. We want these guys off of our streets. Justice for Elijah McClain. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alex. Alex, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can.
Don't call me sir. So I first want to thank the other callers for being on here and voicing their concern over Elijah McClain. I also want to just call out City Council's absolute disrespect for my time and for our time. But that should have been clear because you did not have respect for Elijah McClain's life and his time on this planet. So I'm here, just like many other people, to demand justice for Elijah McClain, who was brutally murdered by APD and Aurora Fire Department. This is something that has been going on for so long, and we've known the results of this for way too long. And the fact that you are all here on this call is just disgusting to me, that we're still talking about this, that you still have these crocodile tears. And some of you don't even acknowledge it. Some of you hide behind your cameras because you cannot face the people. And that is because we are outraged by this. We are all completely outraged by this. I am an educator in Denver public schools, and I have many Black and Latinx students. And many of them, when they saw the results of this case, for them, this is just horrific, because what you guys are telling my students is that they can walk out of school and they can be murdered. They can be murdered, and their murderers can walk around the streets with their job. So I am demanding an immediate firing of Officers Woodyard and Rodima, and also of Paramedic Cooper and Lieutenant Kuchikniak. I also want to say that I am, as a history teacher, this is part of a modern day lynching, and you city council members are part of a lynch mob. At this point, there is blood on your hands. You have let this investigation go on for far too long, and you are members of a lynch mob. And for the members that hid behind their cameras in person, if we were having this meeting, y'all might as well put on your Klan mask. So I'm done with my comment. Y'all can rot in fucking hell.
All right, next is Rose. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. So I've lived in Colorado all my life, and I'm a Black person, and I was so shocked to hear that this kind of level of racism existed. I can't believe Elijah McClain's murderers are still free. Do you guys in office actually want to make a difference? Because I don't see any actual work getting done. People all over the world are talking about this case, and it's catching momentum in mainstream news. I'm not sure if you know how this makes Colorado look, but you guys look racist and heartless, like complete jokes for letting these people walk around freely and still work for the government after murdering and doing their jobs incorrectly. They have no reason to stop, inject, and kill Elijah. I've heard cops and medics get fired for less. It's been 18 months. There's nothing left to discuss. I mean, you guys have such an easy time arresting the peaceful protesters fighting for Elijah. My question is this what you want your legacy in office to look like? And as for you, Councilwoman Burzins, you may not remember me, but I know you. I went to school with your daughter, and we were close. I've spoken to you. I've been to your home. Is Victoria proud of you? What if what happened to Elijah happened to Victoria? Oh, wait, that won't happen because she's white. Suppose that's comforting for you. You are all being watched, and the way you guys acted tonight will be made public. This will spread, and if you're asking for an international public shaming, then you're going to get it. If you think 60 calls is bad, wait till you get 60,000 calls, because that's what's next. We will continue to protest, retweet, etc. every day until something is done. At this point, you're forcing the public to do your job for you. Doing the right thing isn't as hard as it seems, but you guys make it seem like it is. I'm not sure why you have your positions if you can't do anything right. And these times, evil will not win. Justice will win. And you guys think this may die down at some point, but it's not. Justice will get served. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Sarah is next. Go right ahead. 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, council members. So first off, can you all wake up right now? I know that it's late, but Gruber looks like he's taking a nap. The rest of y'all have been scrolling on your phones and yawning through the last 20 minutes of comments in particular. Yes, we can see you. We are watching you. And you've got people who've been waiting on the phone for almost 3 hours. So you better be listening. I can put this shortly and say fire them, but I'm going to use the 3 minutes you've conceded to permit each community member to speak at the tail end of your ridiculous meeting. For council members who are dragging commenters for voicing their outrage and demands, show some damn respect. The verbal quote abuse that you claim you're experiencing tonight, by the way, with your screens off and our voices muted, is nothing. I mean nothing compared to what APD puts our community through every day. And let's be absolutely clear, the abuse that they put Elijah McClain through last year and his family through every day since. So shame on you. You, the Aurora City Council, have put the Aurora community and the family of Elijah McClain through over a year of trauma and disrespect over an injustice that you permit, not to mention the racist, violent system that you perpetuate every day that goes by without real consequences for his murderers and the people participating in his murder. APD's record of robbing innocent people of their dignity on a regular, unchecked basis is notorious around the world, and we will not stand for it. So congratulations, y'all, you're famous. As a reminder, today's published findings confirmed what we, the people of Denver and Aurora, already knew, and which, by the way, many of you, and certainly Chief Wilson, knew damn well. The excessively brutal and physically violent treatment of Elijah McClain is what caused his death. This was no accident, folks. Thousands of people from around the world have told you every way we can that this will not stand. The community condemns these individuals, but the positions you are in give you the authority to fire all of the individuals involved. To charge all of the names we repeated over and over and over to you tonight for their participation in the murder of Elijah McClain. Justice for Elijah McClain. Drop the charges for the Denver anti-racist protesters, and you can fucking cut me off now.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, you know, from grief to disbelief, frustration, anger, distrust, despair, exacerbation, you're hearing all of this tonight. And I assume you all, as stewards, that word stewards, being stewards of the city of Aurora, will take some of these, at least hopefully, to heart. I can only hope. This 153-page report basically was charged with, quote, learning the record and making policy recommendations. The panel found the facts troubling, quote unquote. But we know that any reasonable person, having read this report, any reasonable person understands that the officers, the 3 officers and the 2 EMS staff acted with reckless disregard in stopping, frisking, and choking, then administering the ketamine to this 140-pound person who went by the name Elijah McClain, thereby causing his death. There was further reckless disregard for any uncovering of the truth by this major crimes unit, DA Young, Use of Force Board, Aurora Fire, APD Chief Wilson. All of that was a reckless disregard for any attempt to find the truth. So yes, we are asking, what are you going to do now? We don't want to hear any more conversation. We want action. We know that this case is like the shot heard around the world, right? It's the scream and the cry that has been heard around the world. And you all are in the very middle of that. And what you do now will make a difference. Are you going to fire these guys? Are you going to stand up? Are you going to do something? Do something that will actually make a difference, or allow this gaslighting, this trauma, this thing that's become much bigger than just you as City Council to continue? That's the question for you to answer. We demand justice.
Thank you. Next is Aaron. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. I need you to fire Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, and Peter Chichenek for the murder of Elijah McClain. Furthermore, I would like you all just to think about what it means to show inaction in the face of a racist murder. I want you to continue to consider how your inaction is perceived as cowardice. It's not brave to let policy trump actual human life. And it is your fault for not using your power to push justice through a system that needs justice. When we allow ourselves to be complicit and stand idly by while injustice and oppression continues to happen on our streets to people of color, to Indigenous people, to undocumented immigrants, and certainly to Black Americans, when this continues to happen and we do nothing about it, we do allow white supremacy to continue to take hold in our streets. It's very obvious we have a racist police force that works with politicians who are very fucking corrupt and racist as well, and who don't care about what happens on the streets of the people that they need to elect them into the positions of power. Again, we're sick of letting policy dictate what is right and what is wrong morally. It's bullshit that we can continue to have discussions like this for decades and no real semblance of progress or reconciliation is made. It's shameful for us to continue to act like this is just the way things are. We're asking for more. We're going to keep showing up and demanding more because it's time to change the world. It's been time to change the world. And you feel it in you too. When something is wrong, when we allow this kind of behavior to become the commonplace, it feels bad in our bones. And justice is going to continue to call itself. So again, to get justice, fire Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodema, Jason Rosenblatt, Jeremy Cooper, Peter Chichenek, and convict them of murder. That's what they did. Having these earnest conversations for hours at a time, and I've been on the phone for 3 hours waiting to talk to you about this. It is important to continue to show up for justice in our community, and if you are not listening, you will not be in office next term. It is time to change the way our policy operates so that we can grow an effective community that allows for equality, actual fucking equality, actual accountability, and actual persecution for wrongful murder.
That's what it was. There is no confusion about that. There should not be. The only confusing thing to me is why are you remaining complicit?
Your
Why
3 minutes
has there
are up.
Arrest and convict for murder? Rest in peace, Elijah McClain. I'm very sorry that nothing else has happened quite yet. We're not going to go away.
All right, thank you. Next is Carly. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay. I just wanted to say that y'all need to listen to these fucking constituents and fire Woodyard, Redeema, Rosenblatt, Cooper, and Chisnet. This is a ridiculous format that y'all have going on. Y'all are trying to silence us every step of the way. For the past 18 months, y'all have done nothing but cover up and lie and try and silence the people demanding justice for this black man who was murdered by your police and fire and rescue teams. This is very shameful of y'all to keep these people, these murderers, on your payroll, forcing the constituency to pay their paychecks while y'all refuse to do anything about it. And I want to go back to an earlier caller who asked y'all to respond to take a position on this tonight and say that y'all are going to do anything about it. And y'all responded by saying we aren't responding. Y'all haven't responded in 18 months. 18 months. 18 months. This is a fucking terror campaign being waged against the city of Aurora, against the citizens of this city and county and state. It's a terror campaign. Y'all are fucking terrorists. Y'all are terrorists. You're a lynch mob and a terrorist. I'm done. I'm not going fucking anywhere. We're not going anywhere.
All right, thank you. Next is Lily. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear
go
me?
ahead.
Awesome. So I'm just going to keep it simple, as my peers have put everything on the table. For the council members, you just need to do the right thing, which is to follow these people's demands, all of them, not just by the officers and paramedics, but also create long-term solutions too. We will keep showing up until you have listened to all our demands, because we voted for you and we gave you that seat and honored to serve us. Use your privileges and resources, because any other citizen that killed a kid would be held responsible. They need to be held responsible. We are here. We are speaking up. So you need to listen, as we have the courage to speak, as you cowered behind your cameras and your desks. You know this would not happen in a live virtual or in a live meeting. So meet our demands. We are the people. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Catherine. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank the callers, especially who've been on the call forever. Riveting meeting, guys. Riveting stuff. I do want to repeat, blue lives are not a thing. They are an occupation. It takes less training than to be a beautician or a barber. So we really need to reevaluate that as a general thing. Also, make sure we can replace those Blue Lives Matter t-shirts with white supremacy is terrorism t-shirts for everybody on Congress. We need to. So some suggestions. Also, just as a point, someone brought up how many emails y'all have received across the country and how some of them come across internationally, and how sometimes those can seem like spam because they're templated. I do want to remind y'all that a lot of organizations use templated emails for outreach. So when a lot of us sign petitions and contact y'all through that, it's because you're using a templated email. So please read every one of them. So I think one huge thing would be giving authority to EMT or paramedics, because they also took an oath, which is cause no further harm, which they failed at in this case. But if you're sitting there as a paramedic or a medical professional watching someone puke and experience cardiac arrest, and you're not allowed to take authority until the police say they're a patient, that's wrong, because the police has no medical training, so that needs to be changed immediately. Protester charges need to be dropped, obviously, because this is fucking ridiculous. This man is a victim. We need to investigate, these sympathizers. Are we training white supremacy, terrorism, and policing, which is a resounding yes if you look at patterns in these types of people. We need to take out white supremacy terrorism from policing because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Another suggestion would be to follow up with a person who calls 911. In all these cases, it seems when this happens, if you just go right to the person who's fearing for whatever fucking reason and they're going to that person's house, you automatically relieve them of being attacked because there's a cop car in their driveway. And then you can find out what the hell their problem is, and seeing that the person just has earbuds in, might be dancing, so we're not going to actually walk up to someone who's not doing anything wrong. Case closed. We need to continue, all of us who have been on the phone, and continue. Again, my passion for this case grows every day with your lack of action and your, exercising your white terrorism. The 4th and the 14th Amendment violations that have happened in this case are the closers. So 4th and 14th Amendment violations here. It's a hypocrisy of y'all mentioning Black History Month. And here we are talking. I'm sitting on the phone for 3+ hours now as well, talking about this case. Seems like a hypocrisy for y'all to shout out your people that use this.
Who's up?
Okay, well, okay, cool. Well, white supremacy is terrorism. Never fucking forget that. And if you don't do anything.
Next is Elena.
Elena. Thank you. I had a whole spiel written out. I wanted to be super intentional with my time today. And now I'm just fired up. I'm outraged and disgusted and exhausted. And the fact that a lot of you on this council are truly acting like this is a fucking joke is really a disgrace to the state of Colorado, to humanity, to be frank. And yeah, in terms of you all shouting out Black History Month casually as you talk about other meaningless things that are going on in city government, and the fact that you shout out Black History Month, no one cares until you actually take action on the things that your constituents have been screaming about for the last 18 months. I truly don't have words. You really couldn't prioritize this Elijah McClain's murder over anything else you had going on today after this report was put together. There's 60 people on this meeting who took time out of their day to talk to you about this horrendous murder of this innocent young man, and like no response. It's just I'm at a loss for words, and there's no gray area here. This is white supremacy. This is and you all have Elijah's blood on your hands. You truly do. So I yield my time.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Heather. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. So partially, people have already been going over this so many times. Clearly, you guys don't care about Elijah. So I just wanted to point out that this wasn't just one rotten apple, which is some bullshit phrase that you guys, Blue Lives Matter, love to pull. It was 3 cops. 3 cops and 2 paramedics that murdered this man. If you don't do something now, this is guaranteed to happen again. You need to defund this garbage police department and reinvest in the city. Fire those horrible monsters, the 3 officers and the paramedics, and prosecute them. You have to realize how bad things are when someone from Arkansas calls to tell you that you have messed up. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Emily. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
this is me.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Hey, so I'm calling from Virginia Beach, Virginia. I've been on the phone for almost 3 hours now. It's damn near midnight. Actually, it's past midnight. But I just wanted to say I'll yield my time at some point because I know there are people in the actual city who have good reason to be afraid walking the streets with these motherfuckers still on the job. But you need to fire them all 3 cops that were there and the paramedics, and you need to make some changes in your police department. This white supremacy is obviously at the core of all this. I'm honestly at a loss for words. I second everything that everyone has said so far. I'm exhausted. Justice for Elijah McClain, and if possible, I'll just give the rest of my time in a moment of silence to him because he did not deserve what your piece of shit police department and emergency people did to him. Sorry to not be more eloquent.
Thank you. Caitlin is next. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I have to say I'm a bit confused to hear the adverse reactions of the council members in response to this report. Not because it wasn't horrific, it was, but it almost sounded like you were all surprised at the report's findings. Have you not previously read the transcript, watched the body cam footage? I have, and the people have. I would like to note that we aren't asking for this to be handled and addressed swiftly. That ship has sailed. He was murdered in 2019. What has been done since then besides this elaborate cover-up? It has been obvious to the people that the actions leading to this murder were unlawful, inhumane, and sheer brutal torture. Now an independent investigator has reached similar conclusions. Is that enough for you now? The constitutional requirements were not met to result in a Terry stop or frisk, let alone the brutal excessive force of and the administering of ketamine with no meaningful observations or diagnostic examination. The constitutional requirements certainly weren't met to murder either. It was stated that your system in your city has serious and significant accountability weaknesses. Address that now with action. I'm honestly sick of hearing their names. The people have clearly stated who to fire them, and nothing less. In addition, you all need to advocate for these criminal charges for them and Rosenblatt. Anything less is disgusting. I'm done.
Our next speaker is Teresa. Go ahead.
Hi, I just, after listening to all this and you guys just sitting there, not showing any sympathy, I just really question where your souls are at. And on top of that, I question how you were raised and how your mothers are, because the carelessness blows my mind completely. And the fact that all of us are taking time out of our day to, shed even more light and attention on what we all know needs to be done is mind-blowing. Again, it's just completely mind-blowing, and I'm just disgusted in a lot of human beings. I don't even know how you people can live with yourselves and sleep at night. And I'm not going to ramble on. Just again, I truly believe that you're all soulless. You're extremely soulless individuals. That's all I have to say. Fuck yourselves.
All right, next is Samantha. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi. So I just want to say, I want to reiterate everything that everyone has said on these calls has been tremendous. Thank you to all of the people who are coming up and supporting Elijah McClain. And literally, it is so late. We've been on the phone for hours. So thank you to the people who are standing up and using our voices, because clearly our money is not good enough. Our money that pays your bills is not good enough to have you listen to us and act on our behalf, because that is literally your job. So my question is, who is pulling your strings? Because it really seems like none of you have any power. It's really alarming to me. There are a few of you who are brave enough to be on camera and are showing up and showing your faces and trying your best to do something, but it's like performative
powerlessness. And it's like this never-ending system of passing it off, of, oh, somebody else will do this. Somebody else will fix this. Oh, I can't do this by myself. This is literally your job that we elected you to do. So I just don't understand. Who is the invisible hand? Who is really and truly the boss? Because, I mean, it might be you, Mayor. I'm not quite sure. It seems like you're the one who's, silencing the rest of the council when they're trying to speak up when they're asked to, because I feel like a few of you did want to talk earlier, but you couldn't because the mayor said we're not doing comments. So I'm just confused. Who is the actual authority in this government? Really and truly, who has the power to bring murderers to justice? Is it nobody? Is white supremacy the actual authority at play here? Because that is disgusting. I'm a millennial. I was raised on the illusion that police are here to help us and to protect us. It has been earth-shattering to realize the terror that the police have inflicted on the Black and brown communities. I am disgusted at the ways in which people are terrorized by the color of their skin. I am ashamed to be a white person in this country that makes being Black or brown
Minutes are up. You could make
a death sentence.
Thank you. Next is Nicole. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can.
This new investigative report is not news to us. It is information that confirms what we already knew within our bones, within our experiences, and within the long history of police brutality in this country, and from even just the most basic understanding of what happened to Elijah McClain. The new investigation states that the Major Crimes Unit stretched the record to exonerate officers rather than present a neutral version of the facts. With such a damning new report confirming sweeping corruption, Officers Woodyard and Rodema should be fired and the investigation should be reopened. Paramedic Cooper and Lieutenant Kuchinik should be fired. The detectives who carried out the corrupt Major Crimes Unit investigation should be fired. Change the systems in place. The new report states Elijah McClain was stopped without any reasonable cause. He was stopped for being a Black man. Police acted on the fear that is a result of the weaponization of Black skin, and it led to the use of force within 10 seconds with no probable cause. He was placed in 2 dangerous carotid holds while he pleaded for his life. Elijah McClain's humanity was not considered, and his subsequent murder is the result of a hateful, corrupt, and racist system. Elijah McClain vomited, apologized, and cried in pain. He was met with pain-inducing tactics and a callous disregard for his life that led to his murder. Ignoring the pain caused to your constituents in this meeting by turning off your cameras and actively doing other things shows more of that callous disregard. You lied about a person being cut off for comment in the name of censorship. The call was not dropped. You cut the call because someone was angry and swearing. It has been 18 months and you are censoring anger. This process has been painstakingly long and extremely painful, and our eyes are on you. As you continue to do nothing, you are complicit. I'm asking you to consider Elijah's humanity. We need more than your sympathy. We need more than conversation. We need action. We need you to not waste your time on pedantic issues and trying to silence a public fighting for our humanity. With the current corrupt structures in place, you're protecting the hateful criminalization, brutalization, and murder of Black bodies. Justice for Elijah McClain. I'm done.
Next is Audrey. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
You guys hear me okay?
You might speak up a little louder.
Hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I accidentally put the phone off speaker. Sorry about that. Okay. So, after listening to the call and kind of watching the news report that just came on TV not but 10 minutes ago, it's hard for me not to get emotional, I want to say that I can't believe that we're having this conversation. We're even having this talk. But I'm not surprised because of, what's gone on in, our society today and has for hundreds of years. And, I feel like you all know what you need to do. I'm just in awe that, again, this is even a conversation. He was murdered, point blank, period. And to watch the news tonight and hear that the review board didn't even properly ask questions to the officers correctly. Absolutely a sham investigation. And we all know deep down, and you guys know it too, that they're helping hide your employees' wrongdoing. We know what it is. Don't think we don't see it. We see it. Get to the point where they're even just they're just working on, quote unquote, firing them. That first week of that incident, they all should have been charged with murder. Because I'm going to tell you, all of you who aren't listening on the board right now, first off, disrespectful. Thank you to those who are listening and who are, helping us fight as well. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. I'm just, again, you all know what you need to do. We're going to keep fighting. We're not going to stop. And I think that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Stephanie. Stephanie, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Awesome. I just wanted to say that for me personally, Elijah McClain's death has really trampled on my sense of justice. And I'm here to add my voice to the chorus of voices who are demanding justice for him. I want to join the public outcry for the immediate termination and prosecution of the officers and fire rescue paramedics responsible for Elijah's murder. As we all know, they are Nathan Woodyard, Randy Rodima, Jeremy Cooper, Peter Tuchnick, and Jason Rosenblatt. I also want to bring attention to the peaceful activists who've been arrested and have had false criminal charges brought against them. I think that those charges should be dropped. I think that's fairly obvious. I also want to note that the former officers, who are Jason Rosenblatt, Erica Marrero, Kyle Dietrich, who have been fired, should remain fired for their unprofessional, callous, and in Rosenblatt's case, literally murderous actions. I want to echo all of the sentiments that everyone before me has mentioned, and done so, in my opinion, very eloquently considering the circumstances. Thank you all for being a part of this movement. That is all.
Thank you.
Are there any further speakers?
All the speakers lined up.
And I thank the speakers for waiting and for their comments, and thank the members for participating in this tonight. And I'll announce tomorrow when we'll have an additional meeting with the panelists. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
calling, voicing their concerns, voicing their support for Elijah. This is great for the investigation. Thank you for joining. My name is Crash Landon, and